Ridiculous thought, for Deet Song's dog. Next time I see him, I'll have to teach that pup a lesson about teaching you that language. Such vulgar words. I will let you off the hook this time since you're using it to describe Tian Furen, but you are not allowed to continue learning those words, understand? Hearing Bai Yan's going to let himself off the hook, Bai Shuchen promptly flew into an elated grin. I know my fault, mother. I will be a good baby boy and listen to you. Big Bear, who's been hiding in the shadows to act as the boy's shadow, almost lost his own balance then. He's seen firsthand how bratty and troublesome this little young master was at the Water Clan's estate. So in front of the young lord he's a troublemaker, but in front of the young madam he's a good baby boy. Is it his ability to change too quickly? Mother, do you still remember those who hurt the Bai clan all those years ago? The Steambun asks, wanting to help avenge Bai Yan's family on Earth. Of course, the boy's not really going to kill them here tonight, rather he's going to dish out some proper punishment acceptable in this peaceful society like how Deetsang explained before. I remember, those people, every face, every smirk, Bai Yan remembers it clearly like it's from yesterday. That's awesome then. Bai Shuchen claps his hand once. Big Bear, you go summon the members from the Tian clan and Fu clan for my mother to distinguish, also. Doesn't that one clan have that Chai Moon? Grab her here too. Tonight, he's going to let his mother experience the pleasure of exacting payback on these people reaped what they sow, little young master. Tian Wind finally panicked. You can't do this, my brother-in-law is also part of your water clan. How can you do this to us? And she's not even your real mother, why do you go out of your way to be exploited by an outsider? The Steambun only shot a cold glare at the idiot in question. Mother, Uncle Ling Lang, how come there are so many self-centered people here? I already said I am born from my mother, yet you continue to claim I am not. What, are you claiming to have seen my mother or something? The man promptly shuts up. It's not like he could openly say he and the Fu clan destroyed the Bai clan and killed its members back then. Sure, stuff like that was normal back in the day for those who didn't participate in modern society, but they're now living in the city. Having their reputation tarnished wouldn't bode well for their family's future. No matter what. I know she's definitely not your real mother. Bai Shuchen simply chuckles at the ignorance of this fool. So my mother is not my mother. Is your daughter supposed to be my mother then? A stupid idea promptly struck Tian Win's brain. Regarding his own status today, most of it was due to his wife's connection with the Water Clan, therefore his IQ wasn't at the top bracket anyways. Now for this seed to be planted in his brain, the guy would of course grasp onto it like a moth to a flame. Yes, this is feasible. Sure, Fern will have her reputation damaged somewhat, but who cares? The Water Clan's young lord likely only had a one-night stand with this woman anyways, otherwise why else would he only recently recall this child being born from the outside? He probably doesn't even remember this woman with everything considered. Suddenly, an event from 8 years ago hit the man, reaffirming his plan to make his own daughter the future lady of the Water Clan. Didn't the young lord go missing one day and then get incredibly sick afterwards? That's how his personality go through a drastic change, isn't it? That must be it, he must have met this woman during that period and got into a one-night stand. Yes, I can use this to my advantage. If the young lord is that sick, he likely won't even recognize who he slept with. If I say Furen is the one, then who would know? Though this plan sounded far-fetched and incredibly stupid, there's been far worse things happening in this world. For example, there's been kings who had their children swapped out in ancient times, thus effectively stealing the throne right under their noses. What does it matter if a woman claims to have slept with a king at some point despite not? As for the paternity test, Tian Wind had every confidence to make it work using his own connections. A small sum payment would be more than effective in changing the DNA report. Breathtaking Deet Song, 1, Little Young Master. Tian Wind appears tied in his expression but eventually grew firm in his next words. Since you found out, then I won't keep the secret from you. 8 years ago, it was indeed my daughter Furen who had a one-night stand with your father. She gave birth to a son, and that son is you. PFFF. This time not even Bai Yen could hold back herself and spurted out the tea she was sipping. Taking the offered napkin from the flirt to wipe the stain, the lady immediately showed a sarcastic smirk after regaining her composure. She couldn't wait to see how these people are going to swing the story because it's truly enlightening. Bai Xiaochen on the other hand wasn't so amused, rather he stunned beyond belief. Truly, he never thought a person could be this shameless. How can he even say that? Does he take me for a fool? You claim that the mother whom I've been with since I was born is a fake, while your daughter who I don't even know is my real mother. The steam bun found it hilarious just saying that, let alone believe the humor in that claim. For one thing, he was born in the other world, not here on Earth, so the idea held zero ground to stand on. Yes, after giving birth to you, Furin became too afraid and abandoned you. She did not expect you to be picked up by this woman over there, therefore she's only your adoptive mother and not your real one. Anyway, we've already offended this kid, what does it matter if we go all the way? At least we will have a sliver of hope if things work out. Dad. Tian Furin popped her eyes in shock, not able to hold back the trembling in her body due to the anger flaring out. Her willingness to accept the sick medicine pot from the Water Clan was already a great concession on her part, now her own dad was going to ruin her reputation. What would the others in the capital think? How was she supposed to continue living here in this city? All of these claims are nothing small, they're all very heavy-handed claims. First it getting pregnant before marriage, then discarding a baby. Little young master, Tian Wind ignores the way his own daughter was looking at himself and continued with the farce, from the first time we saw you, Furin already knew you were her child. The only reason she didn't come out and tell you was because she didn't want to scare you, however, I could no longer stand idly by knowing someone wants to use you to their advantage in order to get close to your father. If you don't believe me then we can do a DNA test for clarification. The hospital will have the proof you need. As long as Bai Xiaochen was willing to go to the hospital with him then everything's set in stone. Making a false report would be a piece of cake, by then their Tian clan would stand at the top again with his daughter leading the helm of the Water Clan. Against that suggestion, members of the Ling family here were all beginning to go crazy. This was especially true for the old General Ling Kaiyuan who started to frown deeply in the face. But then just as the old grandpa wanted to lash out at the shamelessness of these uninvited bastards, a light chuckle cuts in and stops him. The laughter was taunting and full of contempt, thus resonating loudly in this quiet banquet hall who are now entirely drawn to the source of this voice, aka Bai Yen who was sitting there holding the stomach in a laughing fit. Breathtaking Ditsang, too. Originally the stares coming Bai Yan's way before were that of captivation and astonishment over her stunning beauty, but now after that oral exchange, the guests are staring at her with near contempt for the lies. After all, in comparison to an unknown lady who came out of nowhere, these individuals from high society would much rather believe Tian Wind since the guy held a decent reputation in public. Xiaochen, come here. Bai Yen beckons her son over with a wave. Initially the steam bun was ready to explode like an angry lion, but after hearing his mother's words, that irate feeling promptly subsided and was replaced with the docile mood of a kitten. He toddled over so smoothly that it's difficult to imagine the lad getting angry at all. Tian Wind didn't miss this at all. Immediately, a surge of anger sprouted within the bastard's heart at the sight. What sort drug did this fox demoness feed the little young master? How can he be so obedient to her? The guy only intended to say that inwardly to himself only, but due to his own carelessness, Tian Wind accidentally blurted this comment aloud for all to hear. Fortunately, that way of addressing someone didn't sound derogatory for the likes of the steam bun. He only found it strange, which made him furrow that little brow in confusion. Mother, why would he say you're a fox? Bai Xiaochen asks his mother, Batty father and me is clearly the fox, not you mother. Why are they calling mother a demon? It doesn't make sense. It's okay Xiaochen, don't dwell on their wording. The word fox has several layers of meaning on Earth so I'll explain it to you later. Also, this isn't our home, so. Killing in public was too bloody for these people, especially on Grandpa Kaiyuan's birthday night, which needed calm and peace instead of panic and fear. Therefore, Bai Yan didn't want to see death tonight, otherwise it would affect the Ling family negatively for years to come. Of course, there's no way the Demon Queen would let these people off the hook. They are going to pay, fully in fact, just that she intends to make them pay the interest only for now and leave the main dish for another suitable day. The female head, Fu Qingran, of the Fu clan who also came tonight wasn't as brainless as Tian Wen though. She's always been the careful one among the 4 martial clans in this city and did everything by proxy, therefore instincts told her it's better to slip away while it's still possible. Hold it. Bai Shuchen calls out after seeing the maneuvering escapee in the back, if you dare leave then I will break your leg. Fu Qingran instantly stopped in her feet. Under the pressure of the steam bun, she felt an uneasy chill running through her spines and knew she's done for this time. 10 years ago I shouldn't have gone with the Tian clan to destroy the Bai clan. I didn't even get any benefits from that event, and now I'm going to throw my life away for someone else's business. I've said it, I'm here to exact revenge on behalf of my mother. Don't think for a second any of you are going to get off scot-free, especially the 2 of you who are so shameless. Bai Shuchen coldly says, his eyes directing to the 2 from the Tian clan, just because you are stupid doesn't mean others are. I'm not blind, nor is my father. Breathtaking Ditsang, 3, Bai Shuchen may have come only few a day ago, but even he knows the importance of public opinion in this peaceful society. They aren't going to stick around forever. Even if they don't care about their own reputation, they must still look out for Ling Lang and his family. That's what relatives and friends do, look out for one another. Didn't you all want to know how my parents met? 8 years ago, my mother fell into someone's scheme and was drugged. In order to cure herself, she picked up my father who was also injured at the time and used him as an antidote. Tian Wen falters into a tremble after that bombshell of a news, that, maybe she made that up too. Bai Shuchen didn't care about the bastard's objection because it's not even worth acknowledging. It wasn't until 5 years later by the time my mother and I encountered my father again. My mother knew who my father was, that's why she hid me from him. Unfortunately, I was eventually discovered by my father's subordinate and taken away. Father wanted to use me as a bargaining chip in order to make mother leave with him, but I was clearly the extra one in their relationship. My father would blackmail me on multiple occasions in order to help win mother over so she would go home with him. Bai Yan didn't know for certain, but she somehow got this feeling that her son had a very high level of grievance when going over the story from the past. Yan, so you, Bai Ran wiped some of the tears from the corner of the eye before reaching over to hold on to Bai Yan's hand. She's aching inside for not being there by her niece's side when something so tragic occurred without her knowledge. Bai Shuchen didn't stop though after laying all those details on everyone. Instead, he shifted his gaze towards Wen Shan who was clearly showing a disgusted look. Some people though aren't so kind. In order to obtain power, they would sacrifice even their most intimate person. But my father is different. For my mother, he would abandon the world. Those last words only made Wen Shan snicker a sneer. As if this coward would believe in a child's claim over his own belief. If he did, then wouldn't that make him a bastard worthy of being thrown into the chopping block? Mother, Bai Shuchen ignores the sound coming from the coward and showed a blooming smile at Bai Yan. Father said I am a boy, and as a boy I must fend off anything bad at the forefront. Mother, I am actually very grateful to be born a boy instead of a girl like my little sister. When Bai Yan heard her boy's last remark, her heart actually trembled somewhat. She didn't know it before, but it's clear her son had a lot of grievances due to her lack of attentiveness. As compensation, she reaches out to caress his little head for comfort. Still smiling in the face, the steam bun continues while being patted, because, only as a boy will father be as strict with me. He can be so tolerant with my little sister. Bai Yan. Is he happy or complaining? As a boy, I can assume the responsibility of protecting my mother and little sister. Oh right, this bad person wouldn't try to claim Jean Tian and Ling Yan is also born of someone else, would he? The steambun asks his mother after making a glance at Tian Wind. Breathtaking Deet Song 4. Bai Ran appears taken aback after hearing there's more. Yen, you still have other kids. Why didn't you bring them along for me to see? I'm sorry, Aunt, but they're too young to travel still. Right now they're being taken care of by my husband's people. Tian Wind felt like his head spinning at this point as well. The little young master has other siblings. Why haven't I heard anything? Ha! But unlike the surprise felt by others, when Fei Fei the stepsister decides to cut in with her snarling laugh, you expect everyone to believe that lie just because you say there are other kids. Who's going to believe your farce at a time like this? Fei Fei. When Shan urgently pulled the girl back to make her stop, this is the Tian clan's fight, don't speak out when you are not asked to. As expected, the lass immediately got all red in the face after being reprimanded. In light of the embarrassment, she didn't stop glaring at her half-sister who remains unfazed at the accusation. For when Fei Fei, she just couldn't get used to Bai Yan's way of speaking and found it arrogant and hypocritical. It's obvious she's obsessed with Tian Win's accusation and wanted it to be true. Suddenly, the ringing of a cell phone broke the tenseness in the air. Tian Wind was the first to react. Hurrying to answer his phone since it came from him. Hello, brother. What? The young lord is coming to the capital? You're also with him. He also wants to see Furen. Are you serious? Yes, right, we're at the Ling household's mansion right now. Today is Ling Kaiyuan's birthday. The brother mentioned would of course be the man's brother-in-law who was recently dismissed from the Water Clan. Therefore, it's no wonder why the guy would be so surprised and joyful to hear they're coming to the city and together with Deetsang at that. Furen, the Water Clan's young master is coming. Ha, he also wants to meet you. From what your uncle said, he's likely here to marry you. If his daughter becomes the young lord's woman, then what does it matter if there's a son? My daughter can produce plenty of children in place of this runt. When Shan took this as his signal to act as well. Turning to Bai Yan to speak in his harshest voice, Yen, are you still not going to admit your mistake? Don't forget the blood in your vein is that of my Wen clans. Do you want to drag me down with you? Still indifferent in the eyes, Bai Yan turns to the coward in question, so you're implying you're going to abandon me like how you abandoned my mother? When Shan's face promptly changed for the worst, his fist clenching into a ball. Truthfully speaking, even if Bai Yan did repeatedly went against his will, the coward would still give her a chance since she's his own daughter. But that's no longer possible in his opinion. After all, the ones getting involved has upgraded to the Water Clan. Yen, as long as you admit your mistake and personally explain to this child about his biological mother being foreign, then, only then will I forgive you. Mother, is this man stupid? Bai Shechen asks as he moved closer back to his mother's side. He's behaving like when Shan's stupidity would be contagious. Do you want me to teach him a good lesson? Breathtaking Deet Song 5. When Shan's instantly flew into a raging shout, I am your grandfather. Grandpa. Bai Shechen rolls his little eye, my grandfather is Yun Feng. Don't go making connections on your own, I'm not as stupid as you. It's only the Tian clan who's spouting all these stuffs, as if he would believe his batty father would like that Tian Furen. He must be brain dead to be that gullible. In response, Wenshin only showed a confused face. Yun Feng. Who is that? How come I never heard of such a person? Alright, fine, since you won't listen to my advice then I won't recognize you as my daughter anymore. From this point forward, I am disowning you as my daughter. I gave her a chance and she did not cherish it. In that case no one can ever blame me for giving up on her. Yen. Bai Ran suddenly intervenes and reached out to hold on to his niece's hand. Turning around to face the old general, she appears exhausted as she kneeled to make a kowtow. Dad, this will have to be my last time calling you Dad. In the future you need to take care of your own body. That said, the lady bursts into tears like something bad was about to occur. Ran, what are you doing? Ling Kaiyuan became shocked by the suddenness of this behavior and shot his own son a look to move it. What are you standing around for? Hurry and go help your wife up. Ling Yun was just as shocked there, so it took a moment for the husband to respond. However, he didn't hold back once he did in helping his wife up. Ling Yun, divorce, we're divorcing. Trembling all over, Bai Ran forces this sentence out with those pale white lips. Losing all the color from his face as well, Ling Yun stammers his reply. What did you say? You're going to divorce me? Mom! The flirt exclaims, also shocked by what he's hearing from out of the blue. Of the Ling family, the daughter's smile was among the smallest, so she didn't hold back and openly cried, Don't divorce, I don't want you two to divorce. Dad, Ling Yun, Ling Lang, smile. 10 years ago when my parents and sister died, I couldn't accompany them or even offer my prayers during their funeral. It wasn't until my body recovered when I finally got to go back. By then Yan had already gone missing. I don't know how much suffering she endured during her time away, but I can no longer turn my back on her and look the other way. Growing stern in her eyes, Bai Ran found incredible strength in what she's going to do. Now's my chance to make up for my own inability. I don't want to drag the Ling household down with me, so I ask for a divorce. Bai Ran. Ling Yun grew angry. I don't object to your wish of protecting Yan, but I am not like Wen Shan, who is a coward. What's more, my position is already that of a general. Even that water clan must watch themselves lest they want to declare war on the entire country. No, it's not the same. The water clan is too scary, you don't get it. They're really that terrifying. Bai Ran didn't have the same opinion and shot her husband's idea down. If there was any other way, I wouldn't. So you're determined to protect Yan? Ling Yun looks down at his crying wife and asks again using that deep strong voice while holding the woman's shoulder. Nodding with pursed lips, I wronged my parents, I wronged my sister, and I wronged the entire Bai clan for not being there during that crisis. My older sister has always been very kind to me, so I can't ignore the fact that my niece is in danger. Okay. Ling Yun's hand loosens like he's also come to a decision. Wen Shan watched on with pleasure and sneered at this humorous scene. He believes Ling Yun has decided to abandon his own wife like he did in the past, thus giving this coward a triumphant sensation. However, he thought wrong. Ran, we are husband and wife. Whatever you decide is what I will decide. I'm going to ask my dad to expel me as well if that's what you've decided. Originally still gloating in the face, Wen Shan's expression instantly took a 180 turn into a frozen popsicle. Breathtaking Deet Song, 6, He's planning to die with his wife. Why? Does he not care about his own life? Outrageous. Ling Kaiyuan's angry old face had turned green now as he slammed the table. One of you is demanding a divorce, and the other is saying he's going to leave. Do you two still have me in your eyes? Neither of you are allowed to go. Yan too, you're staying as well. If Bai Yan says she's not shocked by the strong aura coming off of the old grandpa, then she's lying. As a child, Wen Shan did not like it when they visited the secular world, therefore she rarely got to meet her relatives in this city. For that fact, Bai Yan didn't have much of an impression regarding this aunt and her family. However, Bai Ran's decision to stand with her to the bitter end has moved the Demon Queen. Truly, it did, they all did. Sister Bai Yan, Bai Yi also pulls on Bai Yan's sleeve. I don't want to go either, I want to be with you. I am not afraid of anything. As long as you are there, then I have no fear. Grandpa Ling Yun, why are you like this Wen Shan too? Bai Shuchen's childish voice breaks the heavy mood. Why are you all believing what he says? My father will only love my mother in this life. If you don't believe it, then you can ask my father yourself. It's exactly then, a powerful aura swept over from the pitch-black darkness of the night, catching everyone's attention despite not being able to verify who has arrived. Bai Yen was the first to locate its source. In that moment, a beautiful and handsome face reflected into her eyes. Though the man's appearance has changed, but the demon queen would never mistake her husband's iconic air. Di Zhang's very existence exuded the dominance of a king, an arrogant king, but also powerful to the point it's suffocating. It's he who has arrived at the banquet hall's entrance, and it's he who drew the focus of all. Tian Furen was no different of course in this regard. Like all the females in this hall, she's currently eyeing the man with love-shot eyes. So this is the Water Clan's young lord. He looks so handsome. He's nothing like the medicine pot portrayed by those rumors. Involuntarily walking forward a few steps, the ignorant lass nervously places her hands on the chest like a maiden who just experienced the first spring. Di Zhang didn't care about the unimportant like he always does in this case. He only wants to get to his wife who was clearly nearby. However, what the Demon King didn't realize was that his dismissal of others had directly brought himself before Tian Furen who stepped in front of him. To make matters even weirder, Di Zhang didn't come alone. He also brought the Water Clan's former housekeeper Yu ran along. Without saying anything, the Demon King pushes his peasant of a servant forward and steps on his ankle, thus causing the poor guy to kneel before everyone. Tian Furen didn't get this of course on why there's third person between herself and the man of her dream. But the lass didn't have time to think though, for that charming smile was all that she cared for. OMG! How can anyone be this handsome? I'm going to die. I'm going to die. My heart. My heart. He's smiling at me. Lo. Lord, Tian Furen finally pulls her fanciful heart together. My uncle already told me why you are here. I'm willing to marry you. I don't mind your health being poor. Bang. Unfortunately for the love-struck girl, her words never got to finish in that moment. Why? Because the man in front suddenly kicked her across the chest and sent the girl flying into the dining table where all the food was placed. Naturally the utensils and dishes came crashing down, but the hardest hit would be the pride of the one called Tian Furen. What just happened? Why did he kick me? You're blocking my way, eyesore. Di Zhang's anger, the man's wording was cold, ruthless, and bone-chilling like the devil itself. As a result of this, the temperature in the room promptly fell a few notches down and causes everyone to shiver out of instinct. This would be especially true for Tian Furen who had curled into a ball after being knocked away, her eyes staring nervously at her own uncle. Unfortunately for the lass though, Yuran the former housekeeper could hardly worry about his own niece right now. He just suffered a stomp on his ankle and wanted to howl in pain. However, he would never dare lose himself before Di Zhang. That would be suicidal. Di Zhang ignored the deafening silence which he caused, only quickly coming before the seated woman that was his wife who made him dream of this moment for years. Yen, his voice low and hoarse, full of magnetic attraction, I miss you so much. That's all Bai Yen needed to hear in order to make her body melt into a soft mellowing mush of softness. Without thought, the lady gradually places her hand and leans in on that chest. He misses me, but does he think I don't miss him? Fortunately, he came to see me. Batty father, you're finally here. Bai Shuchen smiles brightly as he tugged at Di Zhang's sleeve. Only noticing there's another small steam bun around, the man says the most damning thing, oh, you're also here? Bai Shuchen. Does Batty father only realize I'm here now? How insignificant am I? Am I your own child? Or did you pick me up from the streets? The boy protests with incomparable grievance in his voice. Batty father clearly knows I'm the one who found mother, yet he can ignore me so thoroughly. It must be because I'm picked off from the streets. I do hope you were picked up from the street, that way you won't be able to compete with me for your mother's attention. Bai Xiaochen became speechless, his eyes staring incredulously at his old man. Despite the silence, everyone and anyone would be able to feel the grievance in the child's heart. They almost wanted to cry for him since it's so heartbreaking. This son, is he really biological? Which father out there would worry about their own child competing with himself for the wife's attention? Baddie father, Bai Xiaochen eventually shifts to the curled-up girl that's trying to hide her own existence after coming with a plan for payback. He's a sly fox, so he's going to act like one. You asked to meet Tian Furen, did you not? They say you are planning to make her your woman, don't you think you should give mother an explanation for this? Tian Furen. Di Tsang frowns, his voice gradually coming forward like he found it bothersome. Who is the one in this room? Come out. That said, the Demon King releases his grasp around Bai Yan's hand and scanned the room with his cold hard eyes. Originally the girl in question had wanted to speak up at being called, but that idea was instantly sapped out of Tian Furen's body once she met those eyes. It's too terrifying, and obvious enough that it's not a good thing. Furen. Yuran the housekeeper saw this and hastened to signal the niece. Unlike everyone else, this former housekeeper of the Water Clan knows hiding would only make the matter worse. You're Tian Furen. Di Tsang followed Yuran's gaze and eventually locked onto the very girl he kicked away. A while ago you came to make trouble for my son. I naturally have to make sure you're here as well, that way I can dispose of you all at once. Boom. Di Tsang's words were like a thunderbolt raining down above their heads. Tian Wind, who was still arrogant and proud at the man's arrival, had gone green until his face eventually turned to a deathly white of despair. The young lord only asked for Tian Furen to punish her. Why didn't Yuran say it clearly at the time? That way it won't cause such a misunderstanding. Compared with the despair of the fool who wanted to betroth his own daughter to the Demon King, when Shan only had a deep gash of regret cutting through his stomach. He's trembling with guilt when facing Bai Yan, who's indifferent to his stare. Di Tsang's anger, too. Bai Yan naturally knew what Wen Shan wanted in that look, however, her own eyes only spelled cold hard hostility. Grandpa Ling, she then turns to the old general, I'm sorry to have turned your birthday banquet into this, but could you have the guests leave first? Ling Kaiyuan immediately pulled back from his shock and nodded, Ling Yun, go ahead and send our guests away. Also everyone, I would like this event to be kept a secret, I hope you all understand. The guests appeared sluggish at first but eventually got it anyways. They are not low in terms of status either and are accustomed to big events, but today's twists and turns had gone beyond their comprehension. Even so, it doesn't change their look of contempt towards Tian Wind, who made himself to be the biggest fool here tonight. What's this absurd lie about the child's mother being a fake? What's this about Tian Furen being the real birth-bearer? The own child's father has arrived to disprove such a claim. And the Wen clan as well, they're nothing good either. Regarding Wen Shan, they have mostly pieced together the whole story. In order to save his own hide, the coward would abandon this daughter and even side with the foe. They say a tiger wouldn't harm their own pup. In this case such a saying holds untrue. Bang! Bending his knee, the coward hugged his head against the ground and cried, I was wrong, I am wrong Yan Yan, please forgive me. I did give you a decade of love, that isn't fake, right? Still unmoved in her seat with that smirk, you weren't saying that when you gave up on my mother and me, why should I save you? Yan Yan, I'm your father, how can you be so cold-hearted? I really know my fault. Can you please forgive me? When Shan's face showed all the features of a guilty one, the typical behavior he's become accustomed to when his life's on the line. Getting hard in her voice now, if you do not want to die then shut up. I'll settle the matter with you afterwards. First is the Tian clan, it's time they pay for their debt. This holler promptly shuts the coward up. He could see the killing intent in his former daughter's eye, and for that, he's scared. Baddie father, Bai Xiaochen smiles innocently, Tian Foran not only made trouble for me before, her old man also said mother is not the one who gave birth to me and insisted I'm wrong for not believing them. These people are so funny, as if I wouldn't know who gave birth to me. They must be quite slow in the head or something. Without surprise, Deetsong's eyes narrowed in at this news like a predator finding its prey. He's not concerned about them bullying his child, rather he's mad that they would insult his wife. I didn't make trouble for the little young master. I only went to seek an audience that day. Tian Foran crawls backward in a panic after blurting this out. Because the last time you grossed me out, that's how you made trouble for me. The steambun shrugs, not caring in the least about the excuse. Did you really not connect the dots when my father removed your uncle from his post right after the event that day? And now you still have the nerve to come make trouble for my mother. Deetsong's anger. 3. That matter can be kept to another time. Deetsong slowly comes before Tian Wind, who was now cowering in fear. First, I want to know, when did my wife become an imposter for my own child? How come I didn't know this? LoveLore. You lost your memory 8 years ago, that's why. The bastard gulped, his throat itching from a dryness he couldn't describe. Maybe this is my last hope. If I can swing this detail to my own advantage, then I can still push Foran to this man's side. Unfortunately for this bastard though, Tian Wind never got to finish his next words when an amused laugh cuts him off. Apparently my coming has been late, that's why you're so daring. Yen Yen is my heart, the lifeblood of my existence, how dare you have others impersonate her? Swoosh. The mighty aura unique to the demon body promptly explodes out of the man's body, causing those in the banquet hall to shiver in appalling fear. For Tian Wind, who's the main recipient of this force, he's suffering the most, of course. It's like a mountain was pressing down against his body, causing the guy to collapse onto the ground and curl up into a fetal position, his face distorting from pain. Years ago, you used the name of the Water Clan to move against the Bai Clan and killed my mother-in-law. For the pain you've caused to my wife, I today will let you experience a pain worse than death. Ah! Tian Wind continued to cry out in agony, oblivious to the judgment given to his own head. It's just too painful. Not only does the bastard feel like he's being stabbed by multiple swords at once, the guy also felt the strength gradually leaving his body through the dantian. Gosh! The pain subsided in that instant where his internal core shattered, but the price was his strength leaving him for good. Tian Wind understood, he's no different from a cripple without his internal core as a martial artist, but that's not a problem. In this modern age of Earth, a commoner could still live a prosperous life, and for that, he's thankful and felt lucky in this. Unfortunately for this bastard though, Deetsong clearly had other plans in mind, because the Demon King suddenly stomped down at his chest and made him spew even more blood from the mouth. This man, he doesn't intend to let me go just because I've lost my strength. Dad! Tian Foran cries out in a panic, rushing over to help her father up with tears flowing out. Dad, are you alright? But before the guy could answer, Deetsong's next maneuver completely cuts him out. This time the attack wasn't a simple stomp anymore. Rather, it's a direct palm strike from the Demon King at Tian Wind's chest. For that hit, a visible dent could be seen across the guy's chest like it just collapsed. It's clear as day to everyone that he's going to suffer miserably even if he survives. The lass fell into a shell-shocked state at her father's horrific condition. Cusping her mouth, no sound could come forward as she wept, only tears slowly streaking down the corner of those eyes until she eventually turned around. Lord, please let my father go. As long as you spare him, I am willing to service you for the rest of my life. Please. In light of this heartfelt plea, Deetsong didn't care. Raising his hand again, Tian Foran's whole figure promptly flew up into the air before crashing down like a rock. The lass could feel her bones making a cracking sound, bordering on the line of shattering if more force was used. It's not that Tian Foran was overestimating her own beauty in this case by using her own body as leverage. Instead, she's always gotten her way when she teared up before the other sex over the years. It's technically her killer move to win men over, which was her last hope tonight. When Fei Fei was scared silly by this point as well after witnessing what has befallen the two from the Tian clan. She may be the stepsister of Bai Yan, but there's no delusion in this girl about getting mercy from such a heartless and cold demon like that young lord from the Water clan. Di Zhang's anger, for, why? From small to old, all the good things are taken by this Bai Yan. Even after I stole Papa's love away from her after Bai Yu's death, she is still on top of me after all these years. I am clearly the princess of the story. I am the daughter of the Wen clan. Bai Yan is nothing, she's a nobody. So why? Why is a man of such dominance so obsessed with her? I can't accept this, I can't. If only she is dead, if she is dead then I can take everything from her. Her name, her wealth, her man, her everything. The more she thought about those crooked thoughts, the more this one Fei Fei started to pant like a savage beast that's ready to lose her mind. Mother, Bai Shuchen tugs at his mother's sleeve after noticing the oddity in the vile girl's appearance. This girl is staring at you. I don't like it. Bai Yan only grinned at her son's remark because she could already guess what the other female was thinking. Leave her alone, she won't be able to escape her fate anyways. Naturally she wouldn't forget this one Fei Fei who stole Dan pills off of Bai Yi. The wealth she left behind was for her foster sister, not this nobody who dares to touch her property. Meanwhile at the same time, when Shan has become speechless by this stage, his eyes popping out in horror at Di Zhang. It's obvious to everyone that the coward takes this man as a messenger from hell, a reaper coming for his own life. Batty father, how are you going to deal with them? Kill them, or? Bai Shuchen asks using his usual innocent voice, but every word was a nerve-wracking sentence of death for those involved. Other members of the Water clan will be coming soon, we will take them all over there for their punishment. I've prepared plenty of torturing devices for them already. Oh. The steam bun was clearly interested in those supposed devices got all shiny in the eye. Ignoring his son's misbehaving tone, Di Zhang gives the Tian clan and Fu clan a glance before turning back to his wife. Yen Yen, you don't need to get involved with these loose ends, I will deal with them properly. I don't want your hand to be stained with their filthy blood. Okay, if that's what you want. Bai Yan accepts the proposal and closes her eyes like she's thinking back to the past. Nothing I do now will bring Mama back. Likely able to sense the inner pain swirling out from his wife's demeanor, Di Zhang hurriedly shifted the topic away. Why don't you introduce me to these people around you? I still don't know who they are yet. Coming back from memory lane, oh right, this is my Aunt Bairan, she's my mother's younger sister. Her son the flirty-looking one is my cousin, his name is Ling Lang. The younger girl is Smile, she's the youngest of the Ling family. My uncle Ling Yunover, his dad Ling Kaiyuan and a general of this country. Sister Bai Yan. Bai Yi suddenly reaches over to tugs at her older sister's sleeve, her face all pitiful and full of grievance. Did Sister Bai Yan forget about me? Oh yes, and my younger sister Bai Yi, she's my mother's apprentice and my chosen heir here. I intend to pass everything to her. The Ling family doesn't intend to get involved with the martial world, so it's pointless to consider Bairan. Forcing the issue would only harm this family. After all, the old general represented the government, the line mustn't be mixed. Since she is the heir of your choice, then, let her inherit the Water clan too. From now on the Water clan will be changed to the Bai clan in name, and she will act as its leader. I believe in your vision Yen Yen, I'm sure your sister will do well. That said, Di Zhang immediately revealed a blinding smile like a good dog wagging its tail. In light of how light in tone that speech was, its content was a bombshell for those in the hall. This would be especially true for Wen Shan the coward who gawked at the great demon king like he's watching a fool. This man, he's going to hand over such power and wealth like it's nothing. Is he an idiot? When Shan's mental breakdown, 1, Sister Bai Yen, Bai Yi looks a little flustered as she spoke in a small and timid voice. I'm afraid I don't have the ability. You may not have the ability now, but that doesn't mean you won't have it in the future. I'll give you time to grow. Stalling in her eyes, Bai Yi had to take a moment to absorb this. Does Sister Bai Yen believe in my ability? Then I can't let her down. I understand. I'll be sure to work hard. I won't bring disgrace to Shifu and you. In that moment, there's no more timidness or hesitation, only firm strength in the lass's heart. What she lacks wasn't talent or strong will, it's recognition and support. After Bai Yu passed away and Bai Yen leaving on her own, this poor orphan girl had no one else to rely on for support. As a result, her true ability and glory never got to shine. Good, Bai Yen pats her foster sister's head like an adult teaching a child. Then turning to Wen Shan and his daughter, her eyes got sharp and dangerous. Wen Fei, I said it before, you will spit back out whatever Dan pill you ate of mine. As a response, Wen Fei immediately stumbles back a few steps, her eyes showing nervousness. What Dan pill? Ling Lang cuts in and asked, you just said Wen Fei stole your Dan pill. Is that the same kind you gave me? Nodding at her cousin's inquiry, when I left all those years ago, I gave all the Dan pills I created back then, but those were eventually stolen by this Wen Fei after they learned of the fact. It's the reason why her strength is so unstable, virtually a cripple compared to those of the same level. Even someone that's much weaker than her would be able to defeat her like it's nothing because of that reason. It's then when all eyes were focused in on the cowering girl who got called out, Big Bear the bodyguard finally decides to stroll in with his package. He had gathered all the individuals who took part in the Bai clan's destruction. This includes Chai Moon, who got tossed to the ground and landed beside her husband. Naturally, the clueless madam wouldn't know what's happening since she was suddenly dragged out from her home. Nevertheless, it didn't stop Chai Moon from getting herself back up and speaking again at those familiar faces. Husband, what's going on here? Just now this man just barged into our home and tied me up. Who is he? Wen Shan did not look to his wife though, only locking onto his own daughter using that cold hard voice. Fei, is what she said true? Among the inheritance left behind by Bai Yu, there's really those Dan pills and that you ate them? The interrogation didn't warrant an answer from the shivering lass though, only a trembling picture of guilt and unwillingness to speak. Husband, Chai Moon grew flustered and interjects after sensing things are not right. Fei is a little spoiled at times, but you know her personality better than anyone, there's no way she would take other people's property. How can you doubt your own daughter? If was in the past, when Shan would be convinced of Chai Moon's persuasion and wouldn't doubt it, but now, because of Di Tsang's presence, he just couldn't believe his wife's claim anymore. How could he? The Water Clan could easily destroy their Wen clan without any effort, why should they bother to lie? Fei, I'm going to ask you one last time, did you lie to me? When Shan clenches his fist as he shouted this question out, thus causing the targeted girl to openly cry. Husband. Chai Moon shot up from the floor in astonishment, unable to comprehend why her gullible husband wouldn't believe herself when he usually does. Wen Shan's mental breakdown, too, what the hell is going on here? Who was the man who brought me here just now? Chai Moon slowly scans the surrounding until her eyes eventually landed on Bai Yan's figure. Stunned for a second by who it was, she immediately shifted back to her own husband using that gentle tone she's so accustomed to. Husband, I don't know what others told you while I wasn't around, but please believe in me. I've followed you through thick and thin, there's no way we will do anything behind your back. You know me, I would never touch your previous wife's inheritance. Perhaps the gentle voice did do the trick because when Shan's mind began to sway again. It's plausible for him to suspect Wen Fei, but there's no way he could do towards Chai Moon. After all, the woman's been with him for years and did everything out for his sake. He knows her, supposedly anyways. Yen, Deetsung saw the wavering sign and decides it's time he opened up the first act of tonight's show. I will have someone from the Water Clan take the members of the Tian Clan and Fu Clan away for their punishment, but first I want you to see a good show, okay? Bai Yen didn't get a chance to drop a word in this case though, for a loud burst of curses came sweeping over in the next. Chai Moon, you heartless scoundrel. I not only raised you in vain, I also made the worst mistake of my life for helping you arrange such a marriage. Now that you're living a good life, you're just going to toss me aside and not give a care. Coming in from the dark night was a bearded old man who was scrawny and dirty looking, his eyes flaring with anger. When Sean was the first to recognize this individual and became shocked by the poor state of this old man, you are my family's former housekeeper. Why are you here and like this? How come you are in such bad shape? Sir, the old housekeeper got on the knee and began weeping before the coward. I'm sorry sir, it's all my fault. Chai Moon is my illegitimate daughter that I raised outside. When you quarreled with the madam, I deliberately told her about your whereabouts so that she can smoothly appear before you at that period. Getting you drunk is also part of the plan, and then. While saying that, the old man also began to bang his own head against the marbled flooring, thus making a loud thud with every hit in this quiet hall. Without surprise, when Sean froze on the spot after getting this newfound piece of information. That year he got drunk after arguing with his wife and then slept with Chai Moon as the consequence. By the time he realizes the folly, it was already too late, the deed was done. Naturally he wanted to make up for it using money, but Chai Moon supposedly had too much self-respect and refused every penny he offered despite living in that rundown shack she called home. And now, it turns out everything was a lie. Ha, what a farce. It's not he who raped Chai Moon, rather it's the woman herself who raped him. What irony. Covering his own eyes with the palm of his hand, when Sean couldn't hold back his emotions anymore and began to laugh and cry at the same time. Mom. When Fei Fei rushed towards his mom's side and began shaking her body, tell me this isn't true. Hurry and tell me you are innocent. Tell me you are. Compared to everything else that has occurred tonight, this truth about her own origin was the most devastating. When Fei Fei always had this belief, justice stood on her side since she had no control over her own birthright. The one who stole all the love and goodness in her life was Bai Yen, not herself. She's the innocent one in this whole story. However, the truth was that she's the real villain. Of course the girl wouldn't be able to take it and started to break down. Chai Moon wasn't a stupid woman, she could tell the whole situation has been a setup and there's no turning back. Gulping, she closes her eyes in acceptance. It's over. When Shan's mental breakdown, 3, Sir, of course Chai Moon wouldn't ask you for anything, she must act purer than anyone, but, while from my hand, she had taken countless money and jewelry. Luckily I kept an extra eye out and had her sign a receipt whenever I gave her anything. That said, the old housekeeper from the Wen clan then went ahead to pull out a set of paper receipts with the woman's name signed along all of them. Chai Moon, you dare lie to me, you lied to me. He's furious enough to strangle this wife of his, which he did by choking by the throat. This is too funny, to think I was actually duped by a fraud like you. Oh woohoo! Chai Moon's face had swollen into a beet red from the lack of oxygen as she cried for mercy. She wanted him to spare her life out of consideration for all the years they'd been together. Sadly for Chai Moon, aside from anger and more anger, there's no other emotion in the coward right now, let alone feel pity. Then again, such behavior was to be expected from someone like Wen Shan who only cares about himself. Years ago the main reason he took this second wife in was because he felt guilty for not doing anything after sleeping with her, yet all of that guilt was no more than a sham to deceive him. Of course he wouldn't give mercy, he pretty much never loved Chai Moon to begin with. When Fei Fei saw what's happening with her parents there, how could she not? But instead of running over to stop this fight, the wench only got scared and became a panicking mess like the coward that she was. The girl only wanted to flee right now and get the heck out of this place where it's dangerous. Not once did she ever thought about running over to save her own mother. At least for Tian Furen, who was placed in the same situation earlier, she pounced in without hesitation to protect her own father as the first reaction. From that aspect alone, the daughter of the Tian clan was far better in terms of character than this one Fei Fei. Bang! When Shan finally lets go of his choking hold after releasing some of his anger, but not before slamming his wife to the ground. And as if that wasn't enough, he followed it up with a cruel stomp at the stomach area where the ribs are and made an audible cracking sound. Something definitely broke in there. Because of you, Yen Yen and I now have this deep misunderstanding between us. If it wasn't for you, our bond would never have come to this point today. This is all you're doing. The way this coward said it, it's as if the relationship between he and Bai Yen wouldn't have changed and remained harmonious. Sadly for him though, that idea couldn't be further from the truth. On that day where he abandoned his daughter's mother, his own wife, this coward would never be able to bend that bond. In fact, he's not even worthy of being a parent based upon his actions thus far. Yen Yen, Ditsung figured it's about time after getting this far into the show. How did I do? Do you like the show I prepared? If you do, then I would like to get some sort of reward tonight when we get home. How about it? Bai Yen promptly shot a look at her playful husband to behave. So you brought them all here? Of course, it would be far too easy to let them die just like that without any interest. They made you suffer for all those years. The grievance you endured cannot be settled by merely taking their life. I will make them fall to the lowest depths before ending their lives. You are my wife, no one is entitled to make you suffer. Bai Yen simply smiled without objection. Indeed, these people must pay for what they've done and suffer for it. Even without Ditsung exposing Chai Moon tonight, she herself would have done so in another way. Though the plan was a bit long-winded and indirect, it did hit the right chords with the right people. Aside from Bai Yen, there's still her aunt Bai Ran, who held a deep grudge towards those involved tonight. For this younger sister of Bai Yu who died back then, Bai Ran couldn't help but feel a burst of joy at seeing Wen Shan crying out his heart in tears. Sis, do you see this? The one who turned his back on you is now paying the price, and those who destroyed the Bai clan is also going to die. You can rest in peace now. Perverted dog. 1. Chai Moon's despair had made her give up on trying to struggle by this point, only collapsing there on the floor to allow Wen Shan's kicking and punching to come down in full force. She's both crying and laughing, crying for her own folly in marrying this man, the laughing for losing to a dead person who's no longer of this world. Ha, I actually lost to someone who's already dead. I actually lost to a dead woman. Ha ha ha. Fei Fei, I want to hear the truth. Did you take the Dan pills from the stuff taken from Bai Yi? The coward asks again, his fist making a crunching sound due to the anger swelling up from within. Towards the question, when Fei Fei didn't utter a single word, only crawling backwards against a wall like she's afraid of him. Paw. For that answer, Wen Shan didn't hold back and slapped down hard with his hand. Because of the force used in that hit, blood and teeth came flying out of the girl's mouth. That's how hard he hit her. Then suddenly, right as the clock struck 12 to signal the time of midnight, when Fei Fei's shivering body felt a jolt of pain coursing through those veins, turning her into a shaking mess. In no time at all, that entire back had become drenched in sweat. It hurts, it hurts. Save me, Dad, save me. Out of instinct, when Fei Fei cried out for the coward to help her despite being just hit in the face from that very same man, but as if there would be any help tonight. She might as well pray to the gods than to ask for her old man to help. I said it before, if you want to remove this pain that will only get worse and more frequent with time is to abolish your own power. If you don't, it will only continue forever. Bai Yen coldly comes before her so-called stepsister and states this, feeling so emotion about Wen Fei Fei's condition. Against this comment, the wench's heart only got more desperate. There's no way she could endure losing all that she's built up, there's just no way she could accept that fact. No, I don't want to be a cripple, I don't want to. Looking up with madness-filled eyes, Wen Fei glares at Bai Yan like a crazed beast. Bai Yan, I hate you, I hate everything about you. I am clearly Wen Shan's daughter too, yet why do you get everything in life while I can only watch on from the shadows? Now I finally got to enter the Wen clan, to get Papa's attention, yet why do you have to reappear again? You want to turn me into a cripple? I refuse, I won't let you get your wish. Despite all that pain, Wen Fei nevertheless manages to yell this out through clenched teeth. This only made her appear more ferocious, demonic, even like a devil from hell. Chai Moon saw this in her daughter and never thought this was the sort of cure for that poison. Slowly climbing up from the ground, this woman who did so many wrong in life sloppily came before Wen Fei's shaking figure and painfully closed those eyes. Perverted dog, too, Bai Yan just said. Fei can only be saved by abolishing her strength. Fei, Chai Moon takes in a deep breath before opening her eyes again like she's finally come to a hard decision. Stumbling closer and closer to the wench who's still suffering, why didn't you tell me this? Biting her lip, the girl finally came clean. I don't want to be a cripple. It's not easy for me to reach this stage in life, why should I become a useless normal? I don't want that. If I become a useless normal, then not only will the Wen clan not want me, I won't even be able to survive in this city anymore. She's already thought things through. Bai Yan may not like herself much, but she won't kill her either. As long as she endures, then status and power would be within her grasp still. Chai Moon's figure visibly trembled at the stubborn and vicious nature of her own daughter. She never thought this would be the daughter she herself raised despite all the bad qualities. Reaching out with her hand to caress that sweating forehead, Fei, don't blame mother here, I'm only doing this for your sake. You are my daughter. I can't afford to lose you. She doesn't have much affection for Wen Shan anymore, the only thing this mother wanted was to keep her daughter safe and live a decent life. What are you trying to do? Mom. No, don't. When Fei screeches this out, her voice flustered and panicking once she realizes something bad was about to occur. You are not allowed to do anything to my Dantian, do you hear? Don't you do anything. I will hate you for the rest of my life if you do. I really will kill you if you do. Chai Moon's hand trembled yet again at that threat, but she knew it must be done. Fei, if you go on like this, then you're going to die. I rather you hate me than see you die. At this moment no one bothered to stop the woman, only silently watching the two from the sidelines. This includes Wen Shan, who's still extremely mad at being played. Swoosh. Flowing in like a line, Chai Moon's energy enters into her daughter's body and causes a look of horror in Wen Fei's eye. Her iris had dilated inward like someone seeing a monster. I've been deposed. And the one who did it is my own mother. Why? Why did she cut off my way of life? No. Clenching her head in agony following the disappearance of the bodily pain, Wen Fei howls out her frustration without a care for those staring her way. She couldn't stop, she just couldn't. Chai Moon also seems to have exhausted all of her energy after the deed. She's not as strong as her own daughter, so the very fact that she managed to pull off this feat was a difficult task in of itself. Nevertheless, despite the exhaustion, the mother still wanted to reach out to soothe the weeping wench. Slap. Wen Fei didn't take the kindness too well though. Smacking the hand away with her own, she flew into a mad rage and jumped at Chai Moon like a hungry wolf, ferocious and crazy. I am your own daughter, yet you crippled me, it's no wonder my papa doesn't want you. You're such a vicious woman, no one will ever want you. Chai Moon originally thought she knew what bitterness felt like after Wen Shan expressed his view, but when Fei's sick jab finally thrust the woman into an ice cellar, cold and dark without any light. Perverted dog, 3, Chai Moon knew her daughter would hold a grudge for her judgment, but not to hate her to this extreme. Fei Fei, I'm only doing this for your sake. I just don't want to see you suffer like this, it's not worth it. You evil woman, do you know what strength means to me? You ruined me, ruined my life, ahaha. Still gripping down at her own mother's throat with those hands, when Fei Fei bordered on the line of losing her own sanity. None of you who have hurt me will have a good end. Her eyes slowly skimmed over the crowd until it landed onto Bai Yan's figure. You think just because you've hooked up with the Water Clan's young lord that you can be safe for a lifetime? Don't make me laugh. Once the man learns of your vile nature, he will surely toss you away. By then everyone that you've crossed will come at you like hounds. Not minding in the least over that threat, Bai Yan chuckles and slowly walked over to her so-called stepsister's spot. Oh. That's not a problem then, I've always been vicious, that's a well-known fact. Smiling in the mouth, Bai Yan steps down onto the wench's chest after saying that, when Fei Fei, I'll give you a piece of good advice, don't ever cross me again in the next life. Even if you die, I can still make you suffer even in soul only. Only a mad light came of that warning despite feeling the pressure against her own chest. You said you will kill your own father, did you not? Does the Water Clan's young lord know? You think he'll still want someone willing to do such heinous acts? That only brought a wave of laughter to Bai Yan's mouth. Kill my own father. I've already done that once already. Regarding Bai Jingxiang, they are technically related by blood, so what she said there holds true. However, the bond they shared could hardly be called parent and child, more like a bothersome enemy that must be eliminated. Didn't you all want to know why I gave birth to Xiaochen so young? Bai Yan smirks down at the wench who's showing a strange look at herself. I'll tell you all since the ordinary folks are gone already. When I left the Wen clan all those years ago, I trained myself to the bone in hopes of getting revenge for my mother. But then 10 years ago I got rash and careless. During my attempt at creating a 9th grade Dan pill, I fell and died under the alchemic thunderstrike from the heavens. Bai Ran the ant had the greatest reaction in the way her heart trembled from this newfound information. She nearly cried out and threw herself at the lady to weep for Bai Yan. Fortunately, I didn't really die. I instead got transferred to another world with my soul and landed into another body with the same name. Over there, martial powers and spellcraft reigned supreme with only the strong standing at the top. As it so happens with fate, I also had another biological father on that side. He's very similar to Wen Shan here, but even more annoying and repugnant. To remedy the problem, I destroyed that household with my own hands. Though the lady herself never once met the coward's eye when revealing the grand truth, but everyone could tell this detail was meant for him, which resulted in him shivering all over in fear. Whoever offends my wife deserves to die anyways, who wants to object? Without indication, Ditsong had already come before his wife to wrap his arms around her shoulder when asking this of those gathered. Bai Yan ignored her husband's comment and turned to Tian Wind, who's now cowering on one corner. Didn't you claim to know who my son's real mother is just now? Funny thing is Xiaochen was never born in this world, he's born after I got reincarnated in that magical world. Me and my son only had each other for many years, that didn't change until my husband eventually found us, only then did it become us three. Perverted dog. 4. In reply to that sarcastic comment, Tian Furen only felt fear while her old man Tian Wind wanted to hide his head in shame. It's just laughable, that's why. Without knowing the whole story, the idiot would dare make up a story about his daughter being the mother of another woman's child, who wouldn't be embarrassed at being called out. Pleased with the response there, Bai Yan returns her gaze back to Wen Shan's figure. Sneering, Wen Shan, do you still remember what you said to me back then? Your words affected me greatly back then. It made me believe all men are like you, only willing to choose power over family. Wen Shan uttered a single word, only cluelessly staring at his former daughter like a lost pup. Mother, how can Batty father be that kind of a person? In fact, people like that coward over there is relatively rare. Bai Xiaochen had come over with a chair to offer Bai Yan a seat. just look at Grandaunt Bai Ran and her hubby. Didn't they stand up to these people in order to protect us? In the steambun's mind, that's how a man should be. What Ling Yun did was the norm, the bare requirement of a husband. If a man couldn't even protect his own woman, then what use was there for such a being? They might as well go die and do the world a favor. Yes, son, people like Wen Shan are a rarity. Unfortunately, I didn't discover that truth until much later on. Giving her boy a rub on the head as a reward, Bai Yan's lip had formed a dazzling smile of warmth and satisfaction. You know, mother, Batty father actually did a lot for you. Back when you two first met again after I was born, he would keep trailing you despite your constant rejections. Then when you told him to be nicer to Auntie, he did that and changed his attitude. Afterwards it was us going to the demon realm. He's the boss back at home, and since you're the boss in this family, he specifically declared you in charge before everyone. Of course, that's not how Bai Xiaochen actually felt in the beginning. He was small, didn't understand what it meant to be in love, thereby mistaking Di Tsang's action as bullying Bai Yan. However, he's grown older now, understood more, and realizes it's not the sort of bullying he had in mind. For that reason, he's been won over by his old man's perseverance. And later on, when you said you wanted the celestial realm, he attacked it for you too. Then there's Godfather. I know Batty father doesn't like him, but he endured his existence because he knows you are in favor of Godfather. Now it's this time on Earth. When Batty father found out you came over to this side, he immediately joined us over here, even if that meant going back 8 years before our arrival. Tian Furen literally popped her eyes out at this shocking revelation. She never thought the truth would be so outrageous that it's bordering on the line of novelty. Does the Water Clan's current master know their son has been replaced by someone else? In comparison to the wild thoughts of others, Bai Yi only had the welfare of her older sister in mind. For that reason alone, she's aching inside for her because this Bai Yan was no longer the same one from her memories. She died once already, then reincarnated as a whole new person in another. But there was one good thing this foster sister was glad for, that was Bai Yan having a caring son and loving husband. That way she wouldn't have to worry about her older sister being alone again even after she leaves. Perverted dog, 5, Di Tsang, I want to go back now. Throwing her head against the Demon King's chest, the woman herself appeared lonely and sad at this moment. It's true she's happy to be able to meet some of her family here on Earth, but she's also missing the other family and friends in the other world. Besides, this world was no longer hers, she doesn't belong here anymore. What's more, the pain would only grow deeper the longer she stalls the departure. Okay, I've prepared everything already before I came to see you. Black Turtle is also waiting for us, we can leave this place at once if you wish. Black Turtle. Bai Yan appears shocked at this sudden news. You found Black Turtle. I've heard before that the Water Clan has a sacred beast under its control, capable of controlling rain and wind to its will. Are you saying, yes, that is Black Turtle? Me being able to borrow this body is also because of him arranging things beforehand. But then just as Bai Yan wanted to pursue the story some more, a tug at the sleeve brings her to focus. It's Bai Yi who did that. She's all pleading in the face because she knows there won't be another chance to ask if given up. Di Tsang, can I bring someone with us from Earth? Bai Yan asks, raising hope in her desperate sister's face. In compared to staying on Earth, Bai Yi would much rather stick around her older sister's side. No, the Demon King shakes his head, knowing full well what his wife wanted by asking such a question. Your younger sister doesn't belong in that world, therefore it's difficult or impossible to bring her along. The light in Bai Yi's eye visibly dimmed due to the hope being squashed. Revealing a yearnful and sorrowful smile, it's okay Sister Bai Yan, I'm happy that you thought of me. Maybe in the future we can still meet again if fate permits us. She's been trying to hide from the suppressed emotions underneath, but against her foster sister's sorrowful face, Bai Yan just couldn't hold it in anymore and clenched up inside. Then turning to skim the rest of her relatives who are all making similar sad faces, she knew this would be it, the final farewell. Yen Yen, you now have a husband and child. I can finally feel at ease knowing you are not alone anymore. My big sis will surely be happy knowing someone is loving you as much as she did. Bai Ran's tone carried nothing but happiness for her niece. If chance permits, do come see us again. If not, it's fine too, just live your life well on the other side. Aunt, uncle, Grandpa Ling and everyone, I likely won't be able to return again, so you all must take care of yourselves. Bai Yan's solemn and heavy attitude told them all they need to hear, thus bringing the atmosphere into a heavy silence that none wanted to break. Cousin, do you think there is a God in this world? Ling Lang the flirt was the most impatient and eventually spoke up after a long pause. He couldn't bear to not see this newfound relative again. After all, he did fall in love at first sight without realizing they're related there. Bai Yan nodded, yes, there is. Then, what if we managed to reach that godhood? Would we be able to meet again then? Bai Yan's first reaction was a startled face at the level of ambition this cousin of hers had. She knows that even if the flirt did reach that kind of power, it wouldn't necessarily mean he would be able to come to the same celestial realm as she was in. They're different worlds, that means there must be a different celestial realm as well for immortals here on Earth. However, against the hopeful eye coming her way, the demon queen just couldn't bring herself to say no. Maybe, she says, making sure to be unspecific. Then I will work hard, cousin. Don't worry, I won't be lazy and make great use of the Dan pills you gave me. When I get strong enough, I will go to that whatever celestial realm to find you. Ling Lang proudly pats his own chest to portray confidence. Giving each and every one of her family and friends one last glance to signal it's time, Bai Yan returns her attention back to the husband. Di Tsang, we can set out now. After we finish arranging Yi Yi's takeover of the Water Clan, we will immediately leave this world. Perverted dog. 6. As for these remaining people, Bai Yan lightly smiled at those who wish her harm. Let Big Bear take them back to the Water Clan for disposal. Having the world know we openly killed them here at the Ling household won't be good. I don't want to cause a panic. Causing a panic would be too troublesome here on Earth. What if the government officials got involved? What's more, this was their relative's home. Di Tsang doesn't want to make trouble for the Ling household knowing how much his wife cares for this aunt. Yen Yen. When Shan's about to lose his mind from fear. Hurrying to scramble over, the coward wanted to plead for mercy. The woman's eyes remain very cold though, akin to looking at a stranger. From this point forward there will no longer any martial clan in this country, nor does this country need one. One command and the fate of these martial clans are sealed. When Shan continued to watch on from the back as that family slowly left for the outside. Only now does he understand how much he's given up, how wrong his philosophy has been, and for that folly, he's going to regret it for the rest of his life. After stepping out of Ling family's estate where Bai Yan could finally get a whisk of fresh air, she slowly turns around to say the rest to her foster sister. I will let you decide on how you dispose of the One clan after we finish your takeover of the Water Clan. I won't get involved anymore. Any grievance you endured because of them can be repaid in full if it pleases you. Ah. Bai simply blinked in confusion and weakly replied, do you really intend to give me control of the Water Clan? Turning to her own husband with that loving smile, your brother-in-law never goes back on her words, am I right, Di Tsang? Wrapping that arm around his wife's shoulder to match her words, of course dear, anything you say is right. Sooner or later we're going to leave this place, rather than to let the Water Clan go to waste, it's better to let you have it. I believe in my wife's view. Lowering her eyes, Bai sounded very weak in her following reply, Sister Bai Yan, I will also try to go to the celestial realm. Pricking her brow, she returns her attention to Bai. If you can't come back then I want to go find you instead, the lass says, her eyes coming back to attention with twinkling light in those irises. Okay, I'll wait for you. Together, both sisters began to laugh, dazzling and bright like the shining stars in the starry night. They are both strong-willed individuals, that's why they are so confident when wanting to reach a certain goal. Mother, I still have something to give you, I forgot until now. Fictional steps in and rummages through his pocket, offering up a black box after doing so. He's treating it like some kind of treasure in the way he's holding it. This is what I squeezed out of that Tian wind. I believe this is the reason why they attacked the Bai clan, it's to get this treasure. If the steam bun had reverted to his fox form, then he would surely be wagging right now. That's how pleased he felt for himself at this moment, had believed he somehow won up his old man. Zzzzzzzzz. The crescent moon amulet around Bai Yan's neck started to hum, telling the woman that whatever was inside this black box, it's important. Xiachen is awesome. Bai Yan delightfully squeezed her son's cheek as a tease. Let's go to the water clan now. After we finish arranging everything on that side, then we can leave. Perverted dog. 7, really? Bai Xiachen's face suddenly lit up. That's wonderful then. I miss my little sister. Who knows if others are bullying her while I'm not around. Di Ling Yan was practically the boy's treasure piece, therefore he's extremely excited knowing he's going to be able to give that cuddly baby girl the hugs and kisses that she so justly deserves from himself. However, right as the kid's about to act out of place and embarrass himself, Di Tsang immediately shot him a look to make the boy stop in the nick of time. Imagine an adorable young boy squirming around like a squid. That would be an image-reckoning trauma that no parent or passerby could endure. Water Clan. Knowing that their young lord would soon be returning with the young madam as well, those serving this clan had long been waiting at the estate's entrance for the moment. Fortunately for them, they didn't need to wait too long after getting wind of this news. Coming into sight first would have to be that stunning and mesmerizing woman from the distance. Donning a rosy red dress of modern design, her beauty could not be compared. This would be Bai Yan in all her glory. Now coming in second would be the child holding the lady's hand as they walked. The boy had an adorable face, yet the handsome features of a future stud could not be ignored. Bai Xiachen was really starting to show good genes from both his parents. As for Di Tsang in this case, he too also carried dominant air that couldn't be denied. However, the man wasn't in his real body, rather he's using the already deceased young lord of the water clans, thereby directly covering up his own greatness. Whether it be from looks or air, Di Tsang just couldn't redeem his old self's dominance and ability to win over the female class. Of course, there's also Bai Yi who's following along from the rear with these three. Sadly, her existence was simply too minuscule in comparison, thus blanking herself out before the servants. Not to mention her facial features didn't exactly stand out to begin with. Though she's definitely on the good-looking side compared to most females on Earth, but that doesn't change the fact that the last doesn't carry the same level of pull as her older sister Bai Yan. It's no wonder the young lord is so obsessed with that woman. Turns out she's that beautiful, who can replace such a fine beauty? Some of the servants thought, not realizing their own gazes were currently an offense to the great demon king who's puffing up steam in the background. Did everyone gather like I ordered from the phone? Di Tsang sourly asks after coming before the crowd. Young lord, everyone is here aside from your parents. Good, the demon king faintly smiles at the good news, then I will announce the reason for gathering you all here. This girl behind my wife is her little sister. She will henceforth be the heir of the Water Clan. Exactly like a grenade, his announcement bombed the minds right out of these unsuspecting poor souls. It's too much for their poor heart to listen to such a poor-tasting joke. Young lord, you're only joking, right? One of the old servants that's been with the clan steps forward and timidly asked with a frown, this young miss is not from the Water Clan, nor is she from the family. How can she inherit the ruling post of the clan? For the sake of all, I believe this is not the right course to take. Sweeping his gaze down at the old fella who dares to object to his own decision, Di Tsang coldly shoots him down. What is there not to take? My decision will not be changed. Also, from now on the Water Clan will be renamed to the Bai Clan. she will be your future mistress and chief. If Deetsong's decision earlier was a baton that knocked them off their senses, then this last piece would be a hammer, smashing their sanity until stars started spinning around their heads. The young lord already drove his own brother out of the clan. Why would he give away his own inheritance to some outsider? What would the chief and madam say if they know their own son is acting this way? They would likely faint from being too angry. Yen, I know you are tired, so go inside and rest first. Let me handle the rest here. You won't have to fret about the matters relating to the water clan. Moving his finger to help correct the loose hair strand from his wife's forehead, Deetsong happily gives Bai Yen a reassuring smile before turning back to the hesitant crowd. Later, there will be a bunch of people being driven over here. Put them in the prison cells and let them have a taste of the torture devices in there. Perverted dog. 8. What did those people do to make the young lord so mad? Experience all of the torture devices in there. Even if they don't die, they will still be skinned to the point of no return. Some of the servants thought, shocked by the cruel order. Bai Yen ignored the focused looks coming her way and yawned. Xiachen, you should be familiar with the estate. Take me and your Auntie Yi to rest. We will leave the other mundane stuff to your father. Okay, come with me, mother. I know the way to Batty Father's quarter. Revealing those pearly white teeth in his smile, Bai Xiachen sounds very happy to be relied upon. Auntie Yi, do you mind taking my room for now? I'll have the maids here arrange another room for you later. Bai Yi only felt a warmth surging out after being asked. I'm okay with anything you arrange, I'm not picky. Wonderful. Follow me then. Without delay, the steam bun immediately began to drag the two ladies for the back-end part of the massive estate. Arfk! As soon as these three opened a door to Deetsong's quarter, a big yellow dog instantly pounced over to the boy's leg and started licking him in the face. As a result of this sudden attack, Bai Xiachen became slobbered in the dog's saliva. Even so, it's clear that both kid and animal enjoyed each other's company. Yellow, do you miss me? The steam bun rubs the golden retriever's head, giggling all the while when doing so. Showing an examining look towards the retriever, then back at her own boy, Bai Yan's eye narrowed in. This is Deetsong's dog? Are you sure he's the one who taught you those curse words? Bai Xiachen's face instantly froze up. He was too happy just now, so he completely forgot his own lie. Mother, raising his head, Bai Xiachen bites his own sleeve to appear all pitiful. It's unlikely anyone would be able to remain indifferent to this cuteness attack, yet there was Enchi standing right in front of himself. When did you learn to use others as your scapegoat? Not to mention a normal dog at that. I bet he doesn't even know what humans are saying, let alone teach you those foul words. Maybe, he learned it by listening to other people talk. Bai Xiachen evasively mumbles this, too afraid to make eye contact. Bai Xiachen. Bai Yan harshly calls out her boy and causes him to snap to attention. Mother, I know my fault, I won't put the blame on others again, nor use those curse words. Only then does the serious woman ease up. Remember, scolding a person doesn't always require such foul language, you can also do it by going at it in a roundabout way. Don't use an innocent dog as your scapegoat again, you hear? Innocent. Yellow is not innocent at all. There's not a single maid in this household who hasn't been sexually harassed by him yet, thanks to Batty Father's support. Unlike the big cat that's also living here, the golden retriever was clearly at a lower level in terms of IQ. Without thought or understanding of the situation, the perverted bastard only thought Bai Yan had better face than all the rest in this home. Will her panty be pink too like the maid today? Or will it be string black like that strange missy from a few days ago? Oh, I want to see. For that shameful reason and his own male urge reacting, the dog reached out with his filthy paws and flipped Bai Yan's skirt. If it was under normal circumstances, then Yellow would never be able to succeed in his efforts. However, this was a dog we're talking about, a dog from Earth at that. Because of that issue, Bai Yan didn't raise her guard and became another victim of this perverted numbskull. As the old saying goes, like owner like dog. If Deet Song would go after her panties during their first meeting, then why wouldn't the man's dog do the same? Deet Song's decision, 1, Bai Yan's face instantly got darker than a black hole. Without delay, she slapped the perverted dog away so that he wouldn't keep staring at her underwear. Towards this outcome, Bai Xiaochen only wanted to clap his hand in support. He loves playing with Yellow the golden retriever, but he would never want him doing something so provocative towards his own mother. Humph humph. That's what you get for flipping mother's skirt. Just wait till baddie father gets here, he will definitely beat your bum once he knows what you did. Mother, I didn't say anything wrong before, Yellow is not a good thing at all. He is indeed perverted like your dad, but it's also true you used him to take the blame. Bai Yan doesn't relent and won't let the boy shirk off the responsibility. In support of that claim, the dog promptly howls out like an aggrieved little puppy, making those with a soft heart to melt away in pity. However, Yellow's sneaky little ploy won't work today. I will chop off your paws the next time you dare lift my skirt, understand? Bai Yan harshly threatens the dog using her menacing eyes. Oh whoa. Tightening his head, the dog deliberately acts stupid to play the fool. Humph humph. I am not going to stop, pantsy for life. If one has the power to back themselves up, then being a pervert like Deet Song wasn't an issue. It's not like anyone could a darn thing towards the great demon king. However, this golden retriever didn't have that luxury of being an almighty demon, thus he's no different from walking down the path of death. Thankfully Bai Yan herself wasn't going to stay too long, therefore making it less likely for Yellow the dog to kill himself off for good. Immediately getting colder in the face after being taken lightly, a dog's IQ isn't low to begin with, plus your Deet Song's dog. I know you understand me, don't pretend you can't. Awoho. Continuing on his path of suiciding, Yellow sprawls onto the ground and laid out his paws to show he's innocent. Unfortunately, a pervert never learns. Right as Bai Yan's complexion appeared a little warmer, the rascal of a dog immediately crawled forward and clung onto that white feminine leg to lick it like a disgusting filth that he was. Yellow. Bai Xiaochen flew into a rage. Only I can hold on to mother's leg, you go away. Oh whoa. Since Yellow knew the boy wouldn't do anything to himself, the perverted mutt didn't relent and only showed off his devious smirk of victory. Outraged at being dismissed, the steam bun quickly ran over to give his friend there a light kick. You let go of my mother's leg. Mother's leg belongs to me only. It's mine. If you keep doing this, then I won't play with you anymore. I'm only going to play with Tangerine, cat, from now on. Whoa. Despite his unwillingness, the perverted mutt nevertheless relented since he does value being able to play with the steam bun. But bad habits die hard. Right before letting go, Yellow made sure to give Bai Yan's leg another lick to satisfy his own cravings, thus thoroughly grossing out the lady from the hearts down. Where in the world did this perverted dog come from? He's worse than Deet Song in bed. At least Deet Song would know when to hold back his urge when I warn him. Mother, are you short a leg bracelet? Throwing himself at her leg this time around, Bai Xiaochen looks up with his bright innocent eyes and asked. If I can be hanged on mother's leg, then we won't ever need to separate. Twitching in the corner of her eye due to the unrelenting clinginess of both dog and child, Bai Yan was starting to doubt her own choice in life. When did you learn these words? Is it after coming to Earth? Mother, I am a big learner. That's a confirmation. Pulling her overly clingy son off the leg, Bai Yan gets all serious in the voice. I am not short of a leg bracelet. Deet Song's decision, too, Sister Bai Yan, seeing the boy's aggrieved expression, Bai Yi just couldn't help but step in to help. If not, why don't you do as he wish? I think he's going to cry. I am not some 5-year-old child anymore, I won't cry. Bai Xiaochen proudly states this after swinging his head around. If he was still 5, then he would use those tears to win the situation to his own favor, but he's 8 this year already. Even if he doesn't care about his own face anymore and reuse that old trick, such a blunder would only bring shame to his own mother. As a filial son, there's no way the steam bun would fall so low. He won't tolerate such indignity. It's getting late, let's rest first. That said, Bai Yen pricks her brow at the dog who's wagging its tail like he's anticipating something good to happen. Yellow, you go watch the door and keep outsiders out. I do not want to be disturbed during my sleep. If you don't do this job well, then I will tell your master what you've done. Without question, there's bound to be those who want to test the water with her after arriving. Towards those annoyances, she's not in the mood or going to bother with entertaining them. Oh whoa. Yellow may be a perv, but he's a good loyal perv of a guard dog. Unless someone knocks him out, no one was going to get through him today. Sister Bai Yen, this dog is so smart. Bai Yi saw the rely and praised Yellow. She always liked animals and wanted to keep one since young, and, he's so cute. Cute? Bai Yen smirked upon remembering that embarrassing moment with her skirt lifted. Don't you mean abominable? Good thing he's only a dog, otherwise his paws would have been lopped off by now if he's human. Pricking up his dog ear, Yellow immediately got riled up after being praised. He's very happy, and when he's very happy he needs to convey such feelings for others to see. Therefore, the perfect gesture would be another go at the lady's skirt, this time being by Yi's. Ah! Exclaiming in great fright, the poor unalarmed lass became a huge strawberry red after having her panty flashed for all to see. Thankfully nobody's around to see this, or at least any stranger, there's only her family here so it's okay. Breathing a sigh of relief after confirming the idea with her own eyes, she puffs up those cheeks. Sister Bai Yen, Yellow is such a pervert. Now it's the golden retriever's turn to be confused for real this time. He only did that to show his affection. What wrong did he do? Imagine that, the pervy mutt actually didn't have any ill intent or dirty thoughts, he's only overly affectionate. Without a doubt, that bad habit must have been picked up from Deetsang. There's no way a dog that's neither a demon or a spirit would learn something so ridiculous. So what does that mean? Of course there's only one answer. The one who taught Yellow all this was Deetsang's usual behavior. Auntie Yi, you are going to have to look after Yellow once we leave, so you better get used to his way of flipping your skirt. Giggling with delight, Bai Xiaochen states this as a tease. Without surprise, the already rattled lass fell into a depressed mood at her own future. It's not difficult for Bai Yi to imagine the sort of scene that's going to unfold on a daily basis. As much as she would like to rid herself of such problems, this dog belongs to Deetsang, the one man whom her older sister took as a husband. Regardless of her own woes and opinion, she's going to take good care of these pets till the end. That's the least she could do to repay their kindness. At another part of the estate where the owners of this manor usually welcome their guests. Is the business finished? A middle-aged man says, his posture acting low like a subordinate meeting a superior. However, this man was no servant, he's the current head of the water clan and biological father of Deetsang's current host body. He and his wife had been waiting here for a while already, ever since they got wind of the Demon King's return. Deetsang's decision. 3. Unlike the others in this clan, only the master and madam of this household knows about Deetsang's secret, his true identity. Therefore, it's not surprising they would act so subservient to this being that took their son's body for use. After all, this clan existed to serve Black Turtle, not the other way around like the public thought. So why would these two parents so readily sacrifice their own child for someone else to use? Wouldn't they be outraged and fight for their son's survival? That's what any normal parent would do, wouldn't they? Well, this wasn't a normal household, nor does the son have a strong relationship with his parents to begin with. He's practically estranged to them since he got taken in by Black Turtle at such a young age. Furthermore, the master and madam had plenty of children, including plenty of grandchildren under their watch. What does it matter if one died somehow? They could easily replace him by making more. If not, they've secured plenty of grandchildren by this point. All in all, their bloodline was secured. Yes, it's done. Song didn't give any emotion in his voice, bordering on the line of indifference. We will be leaving this place very soon. Taken aback by this news, the master and madam stared at the Demon King in surprise. Also, we're taking Black Turtle with us too. The guy immediately flew into a panic at this bombshell. What will we do if you take the sacred beast away? The achievements they have today are all thanks to the leadership of Black Turtle. Without that ancient creature to watch over themselves, what would they do? Humph, don't try to play dumb with me. With the strength of your clansmen today, it doesn't matter whether Black Turtle stays or not. Furthermore, my wife has found an heir for you lot. She is my sister-in-law, my wife's younger sister. As long as time's given to her, she will grow to become the strongest here on earth. Song states this like the decisions made, ignoring the hesitant look coming from the two humans. Yen left a lot of her Dan pills for Bai Yi, coupling that with her initial talent, she's bound to become the strongest in this world where it's lacking in spiritual energy. I'm not here to ask for your opinion, I'm just telling you about it, and don't forget that your clan was no more than a weak household that needed protection. Everything you have today is thanks to Black Turtle. The current head of the Water Clan finally came back to his senses at that reminder. He couldn't argue about that point. Most of what they have was thanks to Black Turtle's support. Without that creature, they might have fallen from grace like so many other clans in the past, or be replaced by a different rising power along the way. Alright, we will accept your arrangement. A cold flicker flashed in the Demon King's eye at the quick compliance, but from what I've observed of you people, being submissive isn't part of your nature. Black Turtle definitely played a part in helping the Water Clan climb this high, but the insidious and sneaky ploys from you lot also had a huge hand in it, don't you agree? Showing an awkward face, the master of the house decides to be blunt. Then what do you intend to do? I will imprint upon your souls, this seal will last 10 years. Once that time has expired, whether or not you follow my wife's little sister is your choice. However, during that period you must protect her with your all. This is the demand I have of you people. Song's decision, and sure enough, the twitching mouth reaction from the master of the house told everyone what he was thinking inwardly. He indeed wanted to go back on that oath and kick Bai Yi out as soon as these people are gone. Why should they give up their wealth to some unknown insignificant girl anyways? That's ludicrous. 10 years from now, can we really be free? The mortal eyed the Demon King with skeptic light, making sure to keep watch for any signs of untruth about the deal. If we couldn't keep the wealth gathered through generations, then I need to make sure we can at least be free afterwards. With our current ability, gathering more wouldn't be an issue like this man says. Besides, most in the clan is already sick of the reclusive lifestyle of this place. Without the sacred beast watching over our heads, relocating to the big city would be a piece of cake. By then all of us can enjoy a lofty lifestyle in the Big Apple. 10 years is enough. 10 years is enough for Bai Yi to grow. Her future must be forged using her own hands, no one can fight in her stead. If she still can't secure the wealth I handed her, then there's nothing more to be done. A person that doesn't strive to be better doesn't deserve the best, that's how life works. The Demon King doesn't mind giving his sister-in-law a helping hand, but he's not going to protect her forever. That's not within his means nor wish to do so. However, the properties of the Water Clan, whether it be wealth or power, you have no right to take any of it away afterwards. In the future the Water Clan's name will also be changed to the Bai Clan. Song shoots the two a glance to see their reaction. From what I've garnered, amassing new wealth in this world wouldn't be hard for people like you, is it not? So, what do you choose? Submit, or... Once again, the master of the house was taken aback at being read like an open sheet of paper. He didn't want the Demon King to know his inner thoughts, but if things had come to this then he might as well come clean. Fine, we choose to submit. ZZZZZ. As soon as they agreed, the master and madam immediately felt a buzzing sound in their heads, causing them to clench up due to the painful ringing from a spiritual level. It's the effect of the seal taking place on their feeble bodies. Do not try to double-cross your oath, otherwise the seal on your soul will let you understand what it means to break it. After dropping this sentence, Ditsang swings his figure around to head back to his quarter. Bai Yan's suspicion was spot on. Right after she came to this estate, those who are curious or want to flaunt themselves before her came in droves. However, none managed to get in due to that big golden retriever guarding the doorway. The pervy mutt growled at anyone whom he didn't recognize as the ladies inside, hence forcing a standstill with no way in. To be clear, Yellow was in no way a powerful dog or anything. Heck, he's below the norm in terms of fighting strength for his breed. The only reason the people didn't trample over this mutt had much to do with the status this fella had. He's Ditsang's pet. Everyone knew how pampered Yellow was, that's why none tried to cross him due to the owner behind his back. It's been so long, Black Turtle. 1. Due to not wanting to leave yet, the bunch that came to bother Bai Yan lingered around and waited for their opportunity. They're all very curious and didn't want to be stalled by a mere dog at suckering up to this new young madam of the house. However, that quickly came to an end once they saw who had arrived from the rear. Young lord, some of the more wary ones greeted Ditsang after sensing his arrival. Getting dark in the face, the Demon King's mood got even more annoyed than usual after witnessing the charade that has become his place of rest. What are you all doing here? Scram! It's a well-known fact that this guy's ruthless and cruel in his way of dealing with matters that annoyed him, therefore the group had no trouble making themselves scarce at this moment. That's all these people needed to make themselves scarce. It's a well-known fact around here Ditsang doesn't deal kindly to those who cross him, that's why they didn't dare go provoke the man. Arf, feeling the weight lifted from its shoulder after seeing the intruders gone, Yellow the pervy mutt immediately got all friendly with his owner. The perv wanted a pat on the head as a reward for doing a good job, however, Ditsang didn't give him that and instead simply nodded and tried heading inside. Arf! Perhaps the letdown aggravated the mutt, but Yellow reacted instantly there when he saw the movement and pounced onto his own master's leg like glue and bit at those pants. He's been tasked with guarding the door, that means no exception regardless of who was coming. Let go. The man grows increasingly more incensed by the maltreatment he's getting from his own pet. This dog is getting ahead of himself, how dare he bite me and block my path. You won't. Despite the order, Yellow didn't relent there and only got more intense in his tug. The poor dog couldn't speak his mind, so the only recourse he had was to make noise and do his best. The sweet panty mistress already said I can't let anyone inside, this includes the master. Is Yen Yen sleeping? Did she task you to keep those people from going inside? Ditsang eventually got it after seeing his pet's behavior towards that gathered crowd. He knows the dog had a higher intellect than most animals, that's why he's so fond of Yellow. Arf arf. Following that bark as confirmation, Yellow continues with his act of biting the man's pant and trying to drag him back. Unfortunately for this loyal guard, the Demon King didn't like playing tug-of-war with him right now. Letting the pant rip from the knee level, Ditsang swiftly takes this opportunity to slip past the doorway and into the yard, thus leaving the baffled dog in the background. Naturally, Yellow wanted to give chase so he could drag his owner back outside, but the second he took a step with those paws was when he stopped. He's circling around over what to do because Bai Yan specifically told him he couldn't leave the post. Bai Yan had long overheard the commotion outside with her husband, yet the woman didn't move, only quietly watching the sleeping boy in her arms that's been overly exhausted by the trip today. Ditsang's first image when he walked in was this. Immediately, the man picks his son up with one hand and rouses the steam bun up. Batty father. Rubbing his snoozy eye, Bai Shuchen murmurs this out before snapping into attention at that grumpy-looking face. Batty father, are you done with your business already? Yes, I'm done. Go out first, I have something to discuss with your mother. That said, the Demon King wasted no time and readily tossed the poor kid out the door and closed it behind himself, thus leaving the child outside in the cold and cluelessly staring into the air. It's been so long, Black Turtle, too. By Xiaoqin's momentary daze outside the yard lasted no more than Yellow's patience did, for the pervy mutt just couldn't resist coming over to give the boy a lick on the face after seeing what has transpired. I just knew it's going to turn out like this. As long as Batty Father is around, then I won't be able to sleep by Mother's side. He felt aggrieved and angry at the same time at the terrible thought. Sadly for this poor child, he couldn't fight nor overcome his old man, who's many leagues ahead of himself. In the end, the steam bun could do nothing but accept reality as it was. His mother's bed belongs to his father and not him anymore. On top of the elaborately carved bed, Bai Yan waited patiently for her husband to return from the outside. Grinning as she watched him, "How did things go?" she asks with chirpiness in her smile, finding humor in the way her family behaves. Ditsang naturally knew what Bai Yan was asking about and quickly returned with a smile of his own, using those love-bearing eyes. "I've already set things in motion. Bai Yi will have 10 years to grow in this place. Afterwards, whether she succeeds or not is up to her own efforts." Bai Yan pleasantly nodded over the arrangement. "That's good, giving that girl some pressure will help her grow. If we arrange everything without hurdle, then it would only harm her instead of helping. She really does like this foster sister of hers from the hearts down, that's why she must see to her well-being and future." In the years after her mother's death, Bai Yan's world had fallen into an unemotional gray of sadness towards humanity as a whole. She simply didn't believe in love anymore. After all, if her own father, who claimed to have loved her mother so dearly, would turn his back on such a woman, what wouldn't others do? But Bai Yi never lost hope like she herself did. That uppity lass never gave up on her older sister and continued to support the hopeless young Bai Yan through thick and thin. For that undivided support, Bai Yan owed her younger sister this much at least. Yen, their lips met following that sudden yearn from the man. With it came the destruction of the dam withholding the emotional tidal that's been jammed inside the man's heart. Unlike the clueless demon queen here, who only arrived for 1 month, the poor guy had to not only watch his wife go through all those struggles in the mountain and eventually die in the end, he also had to silently watch her naked body from time and time again without ever being able to satisfy himself. But things have changed. He could finally hug her, kiss her, and do all the things a husband should so rightfully be able to do with his woman. Knowing this fact that his chance has arrived, Ditsang's hand wasted no time in reaching down under her skirt. If he could, the guy would rip those annoying clothes right off in one swinging gush of brutish delight. Unfortunately, in the second he tried to do so by touching that reddish thin layering garment shielding his wife's precious spot, the dainty hand belonging to Bai Yan grabbed his and stopped the advances mid-flight. "We're going back to the other world soon, let's wait until we return, it's not too late then. You've waited 8 years already, it shouldn't be a problem to wait a while longer, right?" Without surprise to anyone, Ditsang's expression was that of grievance and disappointment. 8 years, I peeked at you bathing so many times, and each time I had to withhold myself from you. I hated what I was doing, but I couldn't help myself and only made it more painful for me down there. You still expect me to hold back now that you are in my arms? How can you bear to do this to me? Bai Yan's face instantly went black. "I was wondering why I would feel so creeped out whenever I take a bath back then, so it's you all along." Leaking the truth of his own pervy deeds wasn't intentional. Ditsang also felt ashamed at what he has become in the past 8 years, a stalking pervert that could no longer face his own wife using that guilty face. "What have I done? Now Yen will never look at me the same way. It's been so long, Black Turtle." 3. But this time, he really didn't want to let her go. Yen, we are already husband and wife, why do we have to go back to the celestial realm before we do it?" Bai Yan appears startled by the question. There's no doubt the man before herself was Ditsang, the man she loves, but that physical body belonged to another. It's not like Bai Yan could say she hated being touched by other men aside from him specifically, right? Deet Song, this body is not yours, the uncomfortable lady bemoans going down this tunnel in their conversation. If I accidentally get pregnant then the child won't be yours. Of course, there's the alternative option of using a condom to avoid pregnancy, but that doesn't change the fact she doesn't want to be touched. That's not a problem. As long as I know the child is mine, then what's the issue? But I care. Bai Yan's voice her protest before softening up the tone. I know you endured 8 years already, but can you do a little more for me? When we get back to the celestial realm, I promise to double my compensation, okay? It's a promise. Taking a bite at his wife's lip after the childish remark, Deet Song whispers this like a lost cause that has become this once great demon king. When do I not keep my promises? Bai Yan felt flustered at having her apple eaten and quickly tapped at his chest in a shy manner. Alright, I'll be sure to make you can't get out of bed once we get back. Forming a charming smile that could hypnotize the entire world, the man gets all devious in the eyes. But first, I want a little interest for making me hold back. Leaning in, the demon lets loose a bit of his desire and lets their tongue battle it out within their mouths. He wants her nectar, every drop of it, to elaborate his love. Due to not getting his way of gobbling up his wife, the couple didn't spend much more time inside the room afterwards. Therefore, it was quite the surprise when Bai Yan suddenly discovered her son and the pervy mutt carousing outside against the door when she swung it open. Mother, father. Bai Shuchen immediately scrambles up from the ground after falling over from the lack of door support, his expression showing that of a guilty party being caught red-handed. Arf arf. Yellow on the other hand didn't have such awareness though. After that quick bark, the perv swiftly came over to Bai Yan's side for a good petting. However, as the owner of this dog, how could Deet Song not know his personality? Without waiting for his pet to do what he always does when facing a fine beauty, the Demon King just slapped him right out into the air and left a comment for his wife. It's better if you stay away from him, he's a bit perverted. Oh whoa. Crying out after being hit twice in one day, Yellow felt so aggrieved by the maltreatment. He's a dog, not a punching bag by the master and mistress. Ignoring the protesting cry of his pet, Deet Song instead shifts his focus to Bai Shuchen, who's been eyeing himself. Have you heard enough? Not enough. Then I will find you a wife of your own once we get back. You can go hear all you like afterwards from her instead. Staring up in shock, the steam bun felt so wronged yet so powerless. Mother. Does baddie father not want me anymore? He's going to sell me out to a bad woman, yoo-hoo. Humph, I don't want a wife, I only want to cling on to mother for the rest of my life. Giving her son a rub on the head to calm his tearful face, although you are still small now, it doesn't mean you won't eventually grow old. Marrying a wife is part of life, the earlier you find a suitable partner the better. The marriage can come later. It's been so long, Black Turtle. 4. Bai Shuchen's grievances almost flooded into a river. For some reason, he's got this feeling that his precious and most beloved mother has now shifted her love away from himself ever since Bai Yan married Deet Song. Deet Song, after we speak to Yi and arrange the rest of things here, we will go back right away. Bai Yan states this smilingly at her husband. Yo. The golden retriever that's been moping around seemingly sensed the mood and immediately got all sad in the face. He immediately snuggled up to the boy to emphasize what he wanted. Understanding his friend's emotion by the physical contact, Bai Shuchen was the first to react and reached out to pat the mutt. Yellow, when we are not around you must listen to Auntie Yi. Perhaps we will be able to meet again in the future. Arf arf. Barking with pure sadness now at the confirmation, Yellow didn't need words to convey his emotions there. Yellow, I'll miss you and Orange, cat, too. Oh right, where's Orange? I'm leaving already, how come he's not coming out to say goodbye? It's Deet Song who answers the boy's question in this case. I last saw him out chasing after a female cat. A bit choky in his voice, like he's also ready to cry since he got beat by a mating cat, the steam bun begins to lay down his last message, knowing there's nothing he could do. Yellow, you say goodbye to Orange for me then, I won't be able to wait for him to return. You don't need to see us out either, I won't be able to take it otherwise. After saying this, Bai Shuchen lets go and began to walk away while constantly turning around after a few steps. It's obvious both kid and dog didn't want to leave each other behind, yet there's nothing either party could do in this case. After all, they're not from the same world. The following conversation with Bai Yi went as smooth as it could have gone. Although the younger sister didn't have much confidence in herself just yet at being handed so much influence and power, she nevertheless wanted to try in order to prove to Bai Yan the trust wouldn't be in vain. That meant regardless of the price she must pay in the path, the young lass would do her utmost to achieve that goal. Just like that, everything's set and needed no more interference from the couple at this point. They're ready to leave, but not before bringing Bai Yi along to help pick up the deceased body that Ditsang was using. That's the least the Demon King could do since he borrowed the guy's body for so long. As for the things she got after returning here on Earth, Bai Yan figured it's best she waited until they returned to the celestial realm before using them. It would be too shocking for the people of this world if it's too explosive. Before long, after walking up the mountain for a while, Bai Yan soon saw the image of a handsome man wearing a long white garb waiting at the top. He's smiling at herself, and that told the woman all that she needed to know. Black Turtle, it's been a long time. Bai Yan still doesn't have any memory of that life from the past, but the connection she shared with this person was all the proof she needed in this case. It's a kind and familiar connection, something the woman couldn't quite describe yet couldn't ignore. My queen, it's been a long time for me as well. Black Turtle slowly came before her and stooped down his body to perform a half-bending greet. In that instant, a series of images came flashing back to Bai Yan's head. It's a man dressed in a white garb swinging a long white sword. He's dashing yet gentle even to the enemies he faced. That's Black Turtle, the proud general under her rule who stood at the peak of a cloud-covered mountain. Black Turtle, coming back from her trance after that brief lapse, Bai Yan faintly smiles at him, but with even more closeness in the voice. Although I still don't remember everything just yet, but I do understand. You are very important to me. Now that you are back, it's time I brought all of you together. Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and White Tiger, it's time you all met again. Vermilion Bird mentioned this to her before. If Bai Yan could gather all of them again, then she would need to head back to the Demon Mountain. The bird has something for her. Yen, let's go, we will go back now. Catching his wife's hand to lead the way, Ditsang swings his gaze to the man behind himself to signal it's time. Black Turtle, contact State Teacher, you and him will open the portal. Yes, sire. Arching his fist, Black Turtle complied without hesitation. Madness, 1. Celestial Realm. While a constant threat looms about under this vast starry sky, those inside the Celestial Palace are currently pacing back and forth in unease, their eyes filled anxiety from the deeps down. Is the Lord really not coming back? Keeper Zun asks with a troubled face. None of these keepers thought Yun Ruoshi would lie to them, therefore no alternative plans were made, thus sealing their fate lest something drastic occurs. How can the Lord forgive us when we made so many mistakes? Keeper Yellow tersely retorted, the calamity is quickly upon us, yet we of the Celestial Palace have no means to defend ourselves anymore. The Lord won't fight, and now Keeper Ling also destroyed the only tool we could have used when the time came. For a moment, all eyes were fixed upon the grumpy keeper mentioned here. The old fella saw this of course and grew irate, yet could not challenge the claim since he knows the fault lies with himself for why the sword broke. Stop this now. The Celestial Palace is already in disarray, we don't need any more pointless quibbles added between us. Keeper Zun frowns after stopping his peers from arguing. I thought fate smiled upon us when Bai Yan disappeared that day, but who could have thought another crazy lass would pop out of nowhere and murder so many in the celestial realm. If we don't do something fast, then the threat will only worsen and cause even more panic in the people. But, what about the forces from the demon realm? Another keeper speaks up, his voice getting worried. Though their army have retreated back to their own border and left ours, it doesn't change the fact that they are keeping an eye on us. If we leave the palace, then it would be the perfect opening for those demons to destroy everyone. We can't just let them do that, can we? I understand your worry, my brother. However, Di Tsang and Bai Yan have already gone missing. That means the remaining forces in the demon realm is greatly weakened. If we don't go provoke them, then it should be fine. They most likely won't do anything rash during this period. This was Keeper Zun's optimistic opinion. He's honestly been scared to the bones at this point and wanted nothing more than a truce between both sides. The old man has seen for himself what Bai Yan could do after this short period of growth. With time, that woman would stand at the pinnacle of this world. Challenging such a person would be unwise and foolish. Besides, they needed Bai Yan, they needed her to fight when the great calamity arrives. Funnily enough though, there's no way Di Tsang and Bai Yan would ever agree to a ceasefire, nor does the demons as a whole accept such an outcome. The hate they have for the celestial realm have long been printed into their souls. Unless the demon realm firmly stomps on these people from the celestial palace and make them suffer the same level of suffering Demon Kin did thanks to their mistakes, then a peace treaty would be out of the question. It's then, without any indication during their gloomy silence, the grumpy Keeper Ling suddenly pulled himself up from the seat and began heading for the exit. He didn't say a word, but those behind him could immediately see what he was doing and called him out. Keeper Ling, where are you going? Keeper Zun frowns and asked. Stopping right before he reached the door, the grumpy old man casts a sideway glance back at his peers. You have all lost your backbone, but I have not. When so many denizens of our celestial realm are fighting with their all in our stead, you all are brooding around in this hall without doing something. I will not stand for this. I will go face that crazy lass myself if I must. Having said this, his figure explodes into a flash of light and disappeared before everyone. The word stung the rest of the gathered elders here, but Keeper Zun and Keeper Yellow both understood why their grumpy counterpart would think that way. Without objection or outrage, they also gave chase after sharing an understanding glance with each other. Keeper Ling is right. If we continue to worry this and that, then nothing will ever be done. The demon realm isn't attacking yet. That means we can still use this opportunity to save as many as we can. Madness, too. Inside a city located not far away from the Celestial Palace, countless powerful individuals are currently confronting a little girl who radiated a dangerous air using those demonic eyes of hers. She's gorgeous yet unapproachable with that spear in hand. Kill her. One of the stronger-looking men commanded, sending the rest swarming up to rush this foe. With the blood spraying everywhere as their attacks crossed, the girl only got more impassionate. Give me my mother and prince brother back, you'll give them back. These people in from the celestial realm only knows how to hurt us, hurt mother and his highness, perhaps. They will never come back again. At the thought of the worst possible outcome, a blast of madness ripped into the Mrs. Eye, causing her attack to grow ever more ferocious. Die. People in the world who hurt my mother and prince brother all deserve to die. The group defending his area was already nearing their limits when this occurred. Now to be confronted by another surge in strength from the girl, how could they take it? Of the one who ordered the hit, he was the first to go by having his head blown right off that neck and leaving a downpour of red in his wake. Return my mother, return my prince brother. Screaming in her voice, the little girl's every maneuver now brought great fear to those who were trying to reap her life. This. How is this possible? Is she really just a little girl? In all the panic and chaos, those who are too weak to retaliate quickly found themselves caught in the shockwave in the following sonic boom that sent everything flying off into the air like a cyclone just rammed through the terrain. It's pure carnage. Whether it be building or person, they were all merciless wrecked apart or blown away into some rubble. Somewhere else inside a mountain peak of the celestial realm, Di Jin Tian the little glutton had no idea the sort of trouble and destruction the outside was facing. The kid only wanted to continue filling his tummy with the delicious fruit in his hand, thus leaving that belly bulging with delight. On the contrary, his twin sister Di Ling Yen actually became depressed for a short while in the initial phase of being sent away with First Elder. She wanted to be with Bai Yen. Sadly, she got no way to do so and eventually found herself landing here in this little stream up in the mountains and playing with the dragon on whom she's sitting atop of. Of course, the twins didn't come here alone. They're being closely escorted by Winger the ancient bird demon who now acted as their loyal guardian. The man felt great guilt after all he's done, therefore he felt the need to protect these kids while the demon realm's main forces retreated back to their own territory while awaiting Deetsong's return. Madness 3. While the twins were busy enjoying themselves here on this serene mountain top, First Elder was more into contemplating the fate of their kind and the future it beholds. But the quiet times wouldn't last, for in the next moment of his long thought process came a huge draconian roar that rocked the air far and wide, reaching even their location that's devoid of civilized settlements. It's Princess Dragonie's cry. First Elder thought after jumping down from the boulder in which he's perched, what could have happened to cause Her Highness this much grief? This won't do, I must locate her immediately. She is the Queen's goddaughter. If anything happens to her while under my watch, then I won't be able to face the Queen anymore. Taking to the sky to swoop over to the twin spot, Winger, I'm leaving you in charge here. Protect the princess and prince while I'm not around. Swinging his head around, Winger didn't need to guess on the reasoning, for he too heard the cry. Is it to do with that dragon roar? Yes, you're correct. I must leave now, so I can't explain. If the Queen and King return, then take them both back to the demon realm. His Majesty will know what to do if I don't return in time. Dropping these orders down, the old demon elder didn't say more and rushed in rapid pace to find the dragoness. Back over in the city, a grave scene has taken hold of this settlement. Those who aren't strong enough or fled at a much earlier time have mostly died by now. They are very scared of the young dragoness who's clearly not in the right mind. You're never going to find your mother and prince brother in this lifetime, ha ha ha. One of the more frightened defenders couldn't bear the intense pressure anymore and began to laugh maniacally. They're all dead, that's why, they're all dead. The others remaining were all immensely shocked by their comrade's outburst. They understood why one of their own would lose themselves like so. After all, the other girl had started the attack without any warning and kept insisting they tell her where that mother and prince brother was. And if they refused, she would charge at them and smash everything in sight. However, there remains a pattern to this, so the last of them could still contend with the fact, but now... one should never provoke someone that's already walking on thin lines in their head, otherwise it would only cause more harm. And sure enough, when the person's words came out, the young lass's iris diluted into a unfocused haze, the sounding cutting off from her world with only the sound of heartbeat thumping. It's a very rhythmic sound, but a knock on her last strand of reasoning as well. Dead? Mother's dead. Brother Shachin is dead. Didn't they only said they're missing? Why would they be dead? If they're dead, then what am I going to do? Tears flowed down the girl's cheek like a raging river, unable to be stopped or hindered. Revenge. I'm going to avenge them. Celestial Palace, keepers, this world, all, they will all pay. Ah ha 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 ha. Clasping that head of hers, the young lass roared out in pure madness that's able to shake the very fabric of reality. It's suffocating to even peer at this scene. In spite of that ominous pressure, the man that's lost his mind as well due to the situation continues to lash out, causing those around him to cower backwards in order to gain some distance. Ha ha ha, dead, they're all dead, you will not have a good ending either. Ha ha ha. But that outburst didn't get to last much longer, for a small hand reached out and grabbed him by the throat, snapping that bone and ripping his head right off the body. Blood sprayed out in a geyser-like frenzy, staining everything within reach, including the ruthless and bloodthirsty girl and the sky itself. If they died, then all of you will die too. Tossing the now headless corpse onto the ground with a heavy thud, the demonic being fixes her focus onto the last of the survivors. The remaining defenders really wanted to cry foul at this point. They didn't lament or care for that fool's death since he caused it, but they didn't do nothing to warrant this level of attention. This damn idiot, if he wants to die then do it alone, don't drag us down with him. Heartache, 1, this is bad. The leader of the group could no longer keep up the courage to fight this fear. Without another thought, the individual ditches his companions and turns tails for the other way in a thin glimmer of hope to save his own hide. However, it's too late. The scorching flame that materialized as he did so came shooting over in a blast of radiant heat, engulfing him and burning him into ash. Acting in a similar effect to a plague, the purgatory flames quickly contaminated the rest of the city after the initial explosion, burning and incinerating the structures in its wake. Fortunately, most if not all of the residences were able to escape in time after having the battle dragged on for so long, otherwise the victims here today would be in the tens of thousands. But this fact did not matter to the young lass who caused all this though. That mind of hers was quickly losing upon itself, replaced only by anger and a murderous intent for all living things. So, by the time Keeper Ling and the rest of his fellows from the Celestial Palace arrived was when this scene of carnage reached its peak, the last standing atop of a pile of what remained of the defenders with a couple survivors wailing in pain and one extending their hand out for help. Sadly for the grumpy keeper who attempted to charge in at this cruel scene, the perpetrator didn't give him the chance to do anything, incinerated the last of the survivor like a big slap at his face without surprise. Keeper Ling felt an indescribable burst of anger wanting to explode out of his chest. Fixating his menacing eye at the one responsible, "Little girl, I do not believe there is any grudge between us. Why do you attack and murder so many of us from the celestial realm?" This wasn't the first attack on one of the cities under their management. The only reason they never came out was due to the threat of the demon realm attacking if they interfered. That's why the old-timer felt so angry. He's angry at himself for not acting sooner and allowing this heinous carnage to run so long. You all deserve it. They all deserve to die. Drawing his sword in one full swing, Keeper Ling didn't hesitate and slashes down at the young lass's head after getting the broken answer. Despite the sudden and sneaky maneuver, the blood-covered girl neither hid nor dodged, only strolling forward as the sword came down. It hit and a sharp gash now shows from the shoulder down to the right elbow. It's painful to even glare at it as the blood poured out. Keeper Ling, this little girl doesn't seem to be right in the head. Keeper Zun zoned in at the erratic tone and commented, her symptoms, it's as if she's gone berserk. Not only that, she seems to sense a deep level of sadness as well exuding from the girl's body. As if she's willing to throw away the life she had due to its meaningless existence. Not good. The kind keeper exclaims suddenly, she's not only gone berserk, she also wants to commit suicide with us. Suicide. Jolting to attention at the phrase, Keeper Ling, who had the biggest balls among his peers, didn't want to get an inch closer at this point. He's arrogant and stubborn at times, but that doesn't mean he's willing to die for nothing. So, turning to his sword, he slashes out multiple times and shot out energy blade after energy blade. The repeated attack worked. Falling into tatters, the blood-stained dress was cut all over with the deep wounds on that body to showing for it. In light of the savage hits, she doesn't falter and lacked any image of someone suffering from pain. On the contrary, there's only a deeper level of hatred in that dainty little face, which manifested into a deep dark black burning fire that scorched everything in its vicinity. Keeper Ling, don't let her near us. Keeper Zun advises his peer in great shock. Make no mistake, there's no question in the kind keeper's mind that the girl's current state was dreadfully dangerous. Take that black burning fire, it's giving him such a bad feeling that he instinctively. Heartache, too. Keeper Ling didn't relent in his attacks, only increasing in his furor by throwing blow after blow out towards the demonic being. Sadly for him though, that deep dark flame reacted with a mind of its own, burning and incinerating any energy blade he shot at her. Then to counter his own attacks, the Pyre of Black suddenly took on the shape of a dragon and pounced at himself, whistling over in a mounting charge of death. Run! Keeper Yellow grits his teeth and yells this out aloud, not wanting to keep mixing himself with this freaky girl. He could see the attacks were fruitless. When did the demon realm have another strong one like this? Why didn't we know about this? Seeing Yellow already fleeing for his own life, the other keepers who also witnessed this immediately turned tail and ran as well. However, one of them acted just a tad too late there and got caught by the flaming dragon that coiled into a deathly grip around the leg. By the time any of them realizes this had befallen one of their own, it was already late. All they could hear were the deafening scream of their own brother in this dark damp night as they glanced backwards. As much as their hearts wanted to help, they are aware there's nothing they could do but flee from the scene of carnage. Dragony wasn't going to let them escape, of course. Increasing her pace to give chase, the girl didn't make it far before a hand suddenly grabbed her by the shoulder and stopped her on the spot. As retaliation, she swiped backwards in a reflexive jab at the person. Bang! The one doing this was none other than First Elder, who had just arrived on the site. He did not expect such a strong reaction in that instant and took the hit fully, causing his old body to stumble backwards and shuddering in dismay. But as the old saying goes, an old bone always has more experience than the young. Despite getting hit, the old-timer was quickly able to recover and make sense of the carnage around the ruined city. Princess Dragony, what is going on here? Then seeing the wounds all over the young lass's body, First Elder's face darkened as he peered in the direction of those fleeing keepers. Is it the Celestial Palace who did this to you? Yet no reply came from the princess's mouth, only an indifferent stare at the old elder before turning back to her initial course of giving chase. You can't go. First Elder exclaims, quickly reaching out again to grab hold of Dragony's hand. You are injured. If you continue to overdraw on your powers, then your life will be expended and you'll die. Funny part was that Dragony never intended to live after this fight anyways, thus making the elder's concern moot. Once she kills them all from the Celestial Palace, then she would kill herself regardless. It doesn't matter in the end. Go away. Finding the old elder won't go away, Dragony releases a sliver of her powers to shove the person away. This appalled the old elder. In honest truth, he never thought the young dragoness would hold such powers that threatened even himself. Above all, he could tell Dragony was already tapping into the dragon essence inside herself to power this feat. If this continues, then nothing would be able to save her. Like the old man suspected, the situation has gone from bad to worse in this brief period. However, not all hope was lost. Dragony still had a glimpse of sanity left in her. Otherwise the girl would have attacked the old grandpa in force at the beginning. Princess Dragony, you mustn't go. The Celestial Palace will be dealt with by the forces of the demon realm. At this rate you will really die. If you die, then what about the queen, your mother? And what about Prince Shachin? He is going to be extremely sad if you die. Hurrying to get in front with arms spread, First Elder didn't want to risk letting her get away after seeing that feet moving. And sure enough, the very mention of those two brought a wavering stall to Dragony's movement. Yet it's not due to her coming back to reason, nay, it's an intensified anger swirling in those eyes like it's going to erupt. Heartache. 3. Those people killed mother and brother Shachin, those people killed them. They're all damned and deserves it. I'm going to avenge them by murdering them all. Crying her hearts out, Dragony's body began curling up into a ball as she clasped her head in agony. There's so much sadness in that voice that it's unbearable. First Elder's heart raged at this like a good senior would when facing a junior's pain. He doesn't know what has been said by those bastards, but it couldn't have been good if Dragony would lose herself to such extent. Even so, the old demon doesn't intend to act just yet, not until the king and queen returns anyways. It's just a matter of time, and when they do return, the first to be conquered would be the Celestial Palace. I am so miserable. Mother is not around anymore. Prince brother is not around anymore. Why is it only me here? It's so painful. I'll murder them all. At first the old demon elder thought his persuasion had some effect in bringing the princess back to her senses, but that last bit about murdering them all instantly shattered any illusion he had about that notion. Then glancing down at those red menacing eyes, he saw the madness swirling within those irises. It's enough to make him flinch backwards like he's peering into a chaotic void ready to devour the whole world. Princess, neither the queen nor prince is dead. If they see you like this, then it will only cause them great pain, do you not see that? Move, liar, you're a liar. Shoving the old elder aside in anguish, that tearful face told the world she didn't believe any of it. They are gone, I can't feel their presence anymore. Before I can always sense Mother's energy signature no matter where she is, now I can't at all. I'm going to avenge her and murder them all. In light of the shove, First Elder continues to cling on to her like a helpless grandfather trying to save his own grandchild. He knows, unless the queen returns in person and do something about this, there's no stopping the princess from going berserk. But would that be possible? The queen only disappeared not too long ago, what are the chances that she would return this quickly? But then suddenly as he thought of this, beam of light gradually appears from the night sky, dispersing the dark clouds like a ray of sunshine. Seemingly becoming aware of this event above his own head, First Elder slowly raises his head to look up. Then that's when he saw it, that incredible picture of a woman and child coming down from the void and causing his eyes to widen in shock and glee. He's trembling with excitement and an indescribable sense of fortune. The familiar red, and that familiar smile, it's everything that he could ask for. Then that boy, that sly yet adorable young face of a boy he would love to cradle in a protective basket. They're the demon queen and demon prince he sought to bring back to help himself. Heartache, Fort Dragony. Initially Bai Yen expected to re-enter the celestial realm from somewhere closer to where she left off, yet that wasn't the case, nor did she expect to find her goddaughter lying there on the ground all bloodied up and in tatters. What's going on? Who is the one who hurt you like this? She quickly descends from the sky and lands before the stunned looking lass, her arms open and readying to reach out to help. The dragoness didn't utter a word though at those welcoming arms. Instead, she wholeheartedly threw herself over to the demon queen and wrapped those little arms around the woman's waist, refusing to let go in fear of losing her for a second time. Dragony, tell me, what is going on here? Caressing the girl's back in a soothing gesture after nearly losing her balance, Bai Yen could tell something terrible must have occurred to rattle her daughter to this extent. I only left for a short while, how did things turn out like this? I bet it's those from the Celestial Palace who did this again. Wah! Wah! Under that soft cooing, Dragony finally crumbled and began to weep in earnest. There's no madness in the eye, nor cold menacing hatred for the world in that sob, only the pitiful crying of a sad little girl who suddenly got her world back. They told me you and Brother Xiaochen were dead. Wah! I don't want you to die, I don't want you. Recognizing the princess's state of mind has returned, First Elder who's been dreadfully worried up until now could feel at ease and released the tense grip around his hand. He was ready to move if the princess attacked the demon queen, that's how alarmed the old demon felt when he saw the girl jumping at the older woman. Likewise, Bai Xiaochen also saw the unstable mind of Dragony who continued to cry. He didn't know how to show his emotions right now aside from clenching his fist in frustration. He knew it's not his fault, but he could disregard the guilt and felt inside for not being around for the lass when she needed him the most. I will definitely make those who hurt her pay. The steambun vowed inwardly, his eyes firm and strong. Dragony, I will not die, Xiaochen will not die, and we will never leave you. Bai Yen says using her soft gentle voice reserved only for the kids. How can they claim I'm dead before my daughter? With Dragony's personality, she would never be able to take the trauma. I will never forgive those bastards. Really? Dragony finally lets up her damp mood and looked up to face the demon queen. You're not just trying to coax me. You'll really never leave. The girl's really afraid, fearing right down to her core. No one knows the crumbling feeling of her world disappearing during these past few days. Unlike her childhood where no one loved her, Bai Yan was the only sunshine in her life. Without that light, there's only darkness and despair. Really, inhaling deeply, Bai Yan forcibly presses down the swirling emotion from within to show a reassuring smile. When did mother lie to you? Now take a medicinal pill and recover first, okay? Heartache, 5, okay. Dragony obediently nods after being offered a shiny green bead. If only those keepers could see this right now. If they did, then they would surely be popping their eyes out. The way the dragoness behaved was like a 180, a stark contrast to the world-devouring version just minutes ago. Mother, my heart is uncomfortable. Bai Xiachen sniffled his nose in a choking manner after witnessing Dragony take the medicine from Bai Yan's hand. We mustn't let those who injured her go. Clenching her fist, Bai Yan was of the same opinion. Dragony, who hurt you? Looking up with those teary eyes, the girl answered without hesitation, it's the people from the Celestial Palace. The Celestial Palace. The Demon Queen's face darkened some more, her eyes narrowing into a slit. Those bastards still haven't learned yet. How dare they hurt my daughter? In that case, I will be sure to settle the old and new debt altogether. Dragony, does it still hurt? She asks in aching pain, both for herself and her sweet daughter. The question actually brought a momentary daze to the little girl. Truthfully, Dragony herself didn't feel any pain despite all the physical injury on her body. Rather, the pain had hailed from the mental side, the soul. Now that Bai Yan has returned, that pain was also gone. It doesn't hurt, the dragoness shakes her head before turning to the teary steam bun. Prince brother, did you cry? Startled at being called out, Bai Xiachen hurriedly wipes his watery eye to put on a strong face. I did not, I am a man, I will not cry. As if he would admit that even if he did. That's good, said Dragony with a brilliant smile, it really doesn't hurt, so don't feel sad for me. I'm so happy you're back, that did it. Originally the steam bun could still hold back his tears, but that remark instantly broke the dam and made him leak those droplets. In his haste, Bai Xiachen had to quickly turn away and wipe the corner of his eye to not look so emotional. Queen, Prince, First Elder figured it's time he spoke since everyone's slightly calmer now. Now that you are back, His Majesty should wake up too. Are we going back to the demon realm first? No need to hurry, we can head back home later. First we must settle a debt here. Just thinking of what the Celestial Palace has done during her absence was enough to make the woman's blood boil. Unfortunately for Bai Yan's plan, she miscalculated in this case and the courage those people had. Dragony's power had completely shocked those old keepers, there's no way they would willingly return to the Celestial Palace. Even if she does barge into that place and attack it, the only ones left defending it would be the other soldiers and guards at station. Queen, the elder frowned, there is one thing I have to tell you first. What's the matter? She asks with a wary face. It's about that Yunruo Shi. The elder's face didn't look very good either. After you disappeared that day, we locked up Yunruo Shi and made her experience all the tortures we had to offer. We also made sure to keep guard of her with several high demons at the cell, but she still managed to escape our grasp. Faintly frowning, Bai Yan also found the news worrisome. Run away. How could she have done that considering her powers? Yes, with her strength it shouldn't be possible. Even if the Celestial Palace wants to save her, those keepers shouldn't be capable without alarming us during the raid. What's more, the way that Yunruo Shi disappeared is very odd, there's not a trace to go by, like she's just gone from the world itself. Heartache, 6, disappear from thin air. Rubbing her chin, Bai Yan's eyes began to gleam with thought. It's not possible for her to do that, someone must have helped her somehow, and that individual must be extremely powerful. Perhaps, stronger than those from the Celestial Palace. A bitter taste filled the old demon's tongue at the idea. My queen, this matter is our fault, if we had slain that Yun Roa that day, then she never would have been able to escape to continue scourging our world. Elder, the blame is not yours to bear, she says while shaking the head. After all, you didn't know someone would try to save her. What's more, if someone that powerful is willing to move on her behalf, then you're powerless to stop them anyways. You're not their opponent. I'm just curious as to why they aren't moving more openly and remains in the shadow. The elder's heart literally skipped a beat. What you're saying is, the one who did it is a divine lord. Someone that's capable of tearing a piece of the world and making it his own. Unlike demi-divine lords who have barely scraped at the surface of what the physical law of the world has to offer, a divine lord was someone that's truly grasped onto the world. They're capable of tearing through space itself and ruling over a pocket dimension as their own. That's what it means to advance further. It should be. Bai Yen nods and confirms the idea. First elder visibly gasped. No wonder state teacher told us not to pursue that Yun Roashi for the time being, he likely saw this coming. But why did that person not face us in person if he's that capable? Someone that powerful shouldn't need to hide in the shadows, nor would we be able to capture that Yun Roashi from the very start if he came forward. None of this is making sense. I will discuss the issue with Di Tsang when he wakes up again. Whoever they are, or whatever they are, they're bound to face us eventually. We must be prepared for that day when it comes. If such enemy does appear, they would be the strongest they faced thus far. I understand, nodded the elder. Queen, the little princess and prince are still here in the celestial realm. Should we go meet with them? You are right, we should go meet with them later. Ling Yan and Jean Tian must be missing me a lot. I bet they are already crying their noses out by this point. At the mention of her precious twins, Bai Yan's heart would immediately soften up. However, the second her sight glanced over Dragony's body, the fire within would immediately burst forward again and caused her to rage. Dragony, come with me, we will go to the Celestial Palace and settle your debt. Okay. Dragony obediently answers, her attitude like a good little child that could do no wrong. Your eyes. It's only then does the demon queen notice her goddaughter's iris. They're of a different shade, carrying a spooky and fearful glint. Despite the dragoness's attempt at hiding this fact, it's too impactful. Reaching up to touch her own eyelid, Dragony appears puzzled as well. It's been like this since I woke up again. Mother, are you going to dislike me because of this? That question held so much nervous tension that everyone could hear it. She's just too afraid of being rejected by her most precious mother that it hurts just listening to it. That's how insecure the dragoness was inside. Heartache. 7. Perhaps becoming aware of the insecurity in her daughter's heart, Bai Yen gently pulls the girl into a hug before attempting to break the shadow inside. Of course not, you are my daughter, I will never dislike you. If I really don't care, then why would I keep Xiaochen then when he was born? After all, as a human being, giving birth to a talking fox was out of this world for someone that came from Earth. But her love as a mother won out in the end. Regardless of what species in which the baby hailed from, she would love them all as much. Bai Xiaochen, who heard this, immediately made a displeased and wronged face. In his mind, the boy finds himself to be very cute and adorable when he was born, therefore it made no sense as to why his mother would even suggest the idea of abandoning himself. Dragony, you don't need to worry, me and mother will never turn our backs on you. Giving the girl a pat on the head, he also tries to comfort her in his own way. Breaking out into a brilliant smile at the contact, she's truly relieved and found the baggage dropping off her shoulders. It's good that mother and brother Xiaochen won't turn their backs on me. Within a mountain range of the celestial realm, Di Ling Yan was currently having a great time playing atop of the big blue water dragon lying in the pool of water underneath. Your injury should be about healed. In that case, Her Highness should stop providing you with her blood. Winger the guardian bird says after finding the creature's health stabilizing. The idea to use the princess's blood to heal this blue dragon was none other than Di Ling Yan herself. She's a very kind child. In front of an injured animal, she couldn't resist the urge and offering a helping hand when she had the means. Fortunately, the process didn't take much due to the prominent effects of her blood, only a few drops here and there was enough. That is obvious, you don't need to remind me. The blue-scaled dragon warmly retorts, its aura giving off a comfortable sensation to not only the demons around, but to the terrain as well, with its power gradually returning following the recovery. Pleased by the answer, Winger crosses his arms and leaned in against the tree next to himself. I'm curious though, who managed to bring you to this state? Is it the same people who's been hunting me, from that place? The water dragon suddenly got all silent then, seemingly trying to decide on whether on answering the question with honesty or simply avoiding the question altogether. My enemies shouldn't be the same as yours based on my observation of your scar. As for whether or not they're from the same place, I can't be certain. Regardless, I will be leaving this place once I have fully recovered thanks to this child's blood. Don't worry, I will keep my promise to Bai Ning and form a familiar contract with her daughter if we were to ever meet again. The water dragon made a promise to Bai Ning for helping him during his weakest, however, he never mentioned anything about staying here forever. He also has an important commitment to attend to, that's why he's going to leave. If fate permits, then the contract would be fulfilled, otherwise. I'll tell Her Highness the Queen that. Winger nodded, pleased enough to hear the commitment hasn't been forgotten. In that case I will give you my name, chuckling at the bird's childish behavior. In all the realms, I go by only one name, Grave Blue, the water dragon. I'm certain the mother of these two kids would eventually come to me. I can't wait to see that day, haha. Grave Blue has taken quite the liking to Di Ling Yen and the little glutton Di Jin Tian during this period. Undoubtedly, he's going to miss the little twins by leaving this place. Grandpa Water Dragon, are you leaving? Di Ling Yan leans forward from the dragon's head and peeks down at those big blue eyes and asked. Likewise, the little glutton also stopped in his act of gobbling the fruits and stared dazingly at the pool for the impending answer. Stray dog, 1, yes, I have to leave this place. Little ones, I'm sure we'll meet again soon. There's only gentleness in the dragon's eye as he met the baby girl's gaze. Tightly holding onto that head to show her sadness at the impending separation, Grandpa Water Dragon, I will miss you. Ha, Grave Blue guffawed a laugh, help me say farewell to your grandmother Bai Ning for me, this will be our farewell. After saying this, the water dragon broke out of the pool and flew into the open sky with Di Ling Yen still sitting atop of his head. With a few circles around the air to let her enjoy the moment one last time, he descends back to the ground and gently placed his rider down before shooting back into the air. As he did so, the sky suddenly cracked and became torn like a hand had just ripped it apart. Grave Blue didn't slow down at this, rushing even faster into the void and disappearing from this world in its entirety. Where is Grandpa Water Dragon going? Looking at the direction where the dragon disappeared off to, the little glutton quietly comments, why do I feel like he's not quite the same as us? After saying that, Jin Tian felt perplexed and troubled by what he didn't know. Shaking his head, the baby prince nearly made himself dizzy by doing so. He's simply too young to understand the complexity of his own dilemma, hence his quick ability to forget the issue. Uncle Winger, Di Ling Yen continues to ask using her babyish voice since she's a lot smarter, Grandpa Water Dragon is gone, does that mean we're going home too? I want to see Mother. Bringing her thumb up to bite the nail, the young child was all sad and aggrieved along the face. I miss Mother so much. Slightly taken aback by the suddenness of this, Winger knew he had to tread carefully on this subject. Your mother the Queen isn't around right now, she's gone somewhere very far away. Don't worry, she will be back real soon, but why doesn't Mother bring me along? Pouting in an upset manner, the girl looks up with those poor eyes. I am very good, why did Mother bring only Big Brother and not Ling Yen? I promise not to make trouble. As long as she could stay by Bai Yan's side, then this princess would be satisfied. Princess, if your mother returns, then we will be noticed at the earliest hour. Why don't we rest for now, okay? Winger never thought that he would have such patience for a child, but in front of this pink tender cuddly ball of a loli, he had no strength to keep up his usual facade of being indifferent and unemotional. Despite the consoling words though, Ling Yan merely sat down beside the pool and remained silent. She may not be protesting or throwing a fit as she should in this case, but anyone with an eye could tell she's very sad and dejected. "Prince, what are you doing?" Winger asks after noticing the little glutton carrying a batch of red fruits over in his arms. They're very ripe and delicious looking, yet they're also too heavy for the child to carry at his tender age, which could be seen by the huffing and laboring pants. "I'm saving these for Mother when she comes. They're very delicious, I'm sure Mother will like them." The corners of Winger's mouth rose, happy for how good this baby boy was. From the very beginning, he had discovered the specialness of these fruits in this mountain range. Not only are they delicious, but they're also able to increase the body's ability to absorb spirit particles in the air. It's not very useful for the average demon, but it's definitely able to help the young prince grow since he's so young. "Stray dog, too, I have a storage satchel for you. Put anything you like for the queen in there." Winger untied a small little packet from his waist and presented it before the little glutton who eyed the item with a curious gaze. "What is a storage satchel?" Scratching the back of his head, the boy sounded confused. "It's so small, how can it hold all the fruits I picked?" "It can, I'll teach you how to use it." Although Jin Tian and Ling Yan are both royalty of the demon realm, they are nonetheless not accustomed to the various things of the outside world. Like storage bags and rings, they never needed to carry things to begin with, hence their lack of requirement for one from their elders. At the same time, in some far-off corner of the celestial realm, the keepers who managed to escape Dragonis' wrath like lost dogs appeared exhausted and ragged. "The girl isn't following us, we should be fine here." Keeper Zun, who's the kindest of the bunch, says after gathering his breath, his forehead showing a layer of sweat due to the long run, "I wonder where she came from and why she would have such enmity towards us." "Forget about her, what should we do now?" "Go back to the celestial palace." Keeper Yellow cuts in and spoke using that cringed-up face of his. "No, we can't go back." Keeper Ling clenched his fist and yelled this out, both angry and regretful at what has come to pass. "We are no longer the demon realm's match. Even if Di Tsang and Bai Yen is no longer around, the celestial palace is no longer safe." Imagine that, the once high and proud rulers of the celestial realm have been reduced to wandering the open wilderness with no place to call home. Damn that Yun Ruoshi. If it wasn't for her deceit, things wouldn't have come to this. Nor would we have done what we did to Bai Yen 1,000 years ago. How could we have been fooled so wholeheartedly? If not, why don't we go ask for peace? Another keeper weakly comments, "The great calamity is upon us, I'm sure the demon realm wouldn't have enough manpower to confront it. If both of our forces joined together, perhaps we would be able to overcome this great danger." Although others also agree with the idea, but none of them dares to actually carry out this act. They are certain of the demon's ferocity and that they would be killed on sight if went. "Let's find a place to hide for now, we cannot let the demons find us. The plan of relying on Bai Yen is likely out of the question for us." Keeper Zun finally suggests, sighing hard at their own predicament. "Ha!" It's then a sudden low mocking crackle fell from above, alarming all those standing below and making them freeze on the spot. Keeper Ling was the first to react and stared upwards, and that's when he saw the woman dressed in a long blue dress of seductive allure slowly stalking out of the void. She's very mysterious, but that voice couldn't be mistaken and was all too familiar for these trembling old keepers. "Stray dog, 3, you," Keeper Zun shakily points his finger at the woman that's now come out of the spatial void. "You were captured by the demons, how did you get here?" Even if the woman covered herself with a face veil, none here would be deceived by that thin garment. Yun Ruoshi. This woman is still alive. The demons didn't kill her. No. No way, the demons hate her so much, this can't be her. The demons? Yun Ruoshi sounded almost amused and chuckled at that, her eyes flashing the undisguised hatred she had for those beings. what of the demons? The pain they inflicted upon me will be repaid in due time. She descends from the sky and then comes before her former protectors. How did she get out of the demon realm? What did she experience during this period? And what happened to allow her to be so pompous? These were merely a few of the questions that reverberated along these people's mind. You all must be wondering on how I got away, don't you? Smirking underneath her veil, the derisive snickering couldn't be denied. I may as well tell you fools then. A very powerful individual is now backing me. If it wasn't because the person couldn't do anything outside of the celestial realm, then the demon realm would have long been destroyed. Keeper Zun's eye are now fully fixated onto the woman's figure due to those words, more powerful than the demons. And just now, didn't she come out of a spatial void? Yun Ruo Shi. Keeper Ling, who had the worst temper, suddenly exploded, losing all reason from his voice. How dare you appear before us again? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have wronged Bai Yan, nor would we have committed so many mistakes in the past. If it weren't for you, none of this would have occurred. Even death won't absolve you of your sins. The lying witch only laughed some more at the accusation. That's only because you're too stupid to realize that on your own, ha. I may have needed to heed your faces in order to live back then, but no more. I will never need to worry about you fools ever again. So what if Bai Yan is all heaven's owner? So what if she's better than me? I will still be the final winner, me. Yun Ruoshit, Keeper Yellow, couldn't take this anymore either, his eyes showing great pain for seeing the true face of this witch. For a millennium, we loved and cared for you with all we had. How can you say such disgusting and grotesque things to us? Do you know how much we all lost? No, the world lost because of you. They may hate this witch after learning the truth, but they truly did love her like their own child back then. There's no lie in that part. But that heartfelt outburst only made Yun Ruoshi laugh even harder, like her stomach's about to burst. Love me? If you had known I wasn't all heaven's owner, then would you have treated me like you did? Well, we would never mistreat those of the Celestial Palace, regardless of their status or background. One of the keepers defensively cuts in. Ha! Almost hysterical in her voice now. So why did you give me up as soon as you knew I wasn't all heaven's owner then? Not one of you tried to save me that day outside the city, not one. Now you hypocrites dare to lecture me by saying your emotions are true. Which part of me is inferior to Bai Yan aside from having poorer luck than her? If I hadn't framed her about being the destroyer, then would you have removed her for me? Keeper Zun's figure visibly shook as his heart trembled. So it's you who spread that rumor? You would rather destroy this world just to satiate your own selfish greed. All they knew was Yun Ruo. She pretended to be the Crescent Moon Amulet's owner, nothing about her spreading rumors about Bai Yan being the destroyer. They actually thought the rumor came from somewhere else entirely and didn't connect this point. Humph, she deserved every bit of what she got. I am clearly the more sensible one in the Celestial Palace, yet you all only had an eye for her. Not only did the old coot favor her over me, that old bastard also refused to take me as his apprentice, yet you all claimed to be good to me anyways. Stray dog, for, even up to this point after all that has transpired, Yun Ruo, she still firmly believes she's not at fault and that it's others who had wronged her. Without exception, the expressions of these old-timers were all very angry yet sad at the same time towards the rebuttal. Yun Ruo Shi, even now do you not understand the crime you've committed? Do you not see the price of your deceit? If your deception had not harmed the world, would we have given up on you? Keeper Zun couldn't suppress the urge and lashed out despite his usual kind nature. For you, we not only torched Bai Yan at the altar, we also murdered those around her and the unborn child in her belly. We did all that because of your scheme, your lie. Words can't even be used to describe the heinousness of her act, yet she still got the nerve to say we're the ones at fault. I'm not wrong. The fault has never been with me, it's all you peoples. Showing madness in those erratic eyes, the old witch suddenly snatched the veil covering her own face and removed it, thus revealing the scarred features underneath. Do you see this? This is all done by those demons. What Bai Yen owes me can never be repaid, and I will make sure she and her kind suffer indefinitely for the damage she instilled upon me. Ignorance. Keeper Zun shakes his head in disappointment, unable to comprehend how someone could twist logic to such a state. Enough. I'm not here to discuss the fault of you fools, I'm here to make a deal. Somehow regaining the sanity back into her voice, Yun Ruoshi's tones suddenly got extremely cold and menacing. I can help you deal with those from the demon realm. However, you must submit to me and become my slaves. Outrageous. Keeper Ling lashes out in volcanic proportion since his temper was the worst among his peers. For thousands of years, the rulers of the Celestial Palace have never submitted themselves to others, let alone to a traitor or a demon. The very idea was a slap in their face, a direct insult to their dignity. Yun Ruoshi, we will never join you, now scram. Keeper Zun also shouts this out after having his last line crossed. He knows they aren't able to move against this woman anymore, but that doesn't mean he or his fellow keepers wanted to meet her again. You don't want to kill the demons. The witch slowly marched forward in an almost threatening manner. Don't forget what the demon realm would do if they catch any of you. Without the Celestial Lord's help, no one can oppose Ditsang the Demon King. Now I'm offering you all a way out, a way to live. Also a way to exact revenge for a little price. That does it. Keeper Ling, who's been suppressing his urge to attack, finally lost it and rushed at the witch with all his might. Instantly, he punches down at her shoulder and sent the woman flying, causing a mouthful of blood to spew forward as the consequence. Get out of here. Keeper Ling exhales deeply to gather his wits to withhold a second strike. Don't let me see you again, otherwise I won't be so merciful. This woman cheated me the worst. How dare she demand us to become her slave? Dream on. State Teacher and Di Xiao Wand 1. Yun Ruoshi's face instantly changed for the worse after getting hit and returned to that hateful and spiteful expression. Humph, I've given you all the chance, don't say I never offered it since you don't want to cherish this opportunity. Snarling as she cursed at them, also, you fools don't really believe that Bai Yen can resist the great calamity, do you? Ha, don't make me laugh. I can't wait until you all come crawling to beg for my help. Figuring her continued persuasion would be futile, she roars out another laugh of contempt before pulling herself out from the ground. She didn't bother to look back while departing and stepped into the open spatial crack, allowing it to devour her figure and disappearing altogether like she came. Yun Ruoshi really is ignorantly stubborn, one day she will regret her own deeds. Retracting his gaze after saying that, Keeper Zun turns back to the others once he managed to calm himself somewhat. We need to find a place and continue our training, we must prepare ourselves for the incoming danger. Even if we can't repel whatever is to come, we must do everything in our powers to fight. Let's go then, we wasted enough time here. Keeper Yellow agrees with clenched fist. He also doted that old witch in the past, so he's very much outraged at the last remark from her. Of course, there are those who couldn't get over the situation, and that would be Keeper Ling, who had the worst temper among the group. The old guy loved Yun Ruoshi the most here and blindly believed in her stories from the very start, hence his inability to move right now. The poor guy kept staring into the now closed void and needed to be dragged away by his peers. Demon Realm. Under the shadow of this blood-red moonlight, the whole world seemed so lifeless and gloomy, yet that was not the case in the castle making up the home base for these demons. Sire, you're finally awake. Asking this was none other than State Teacher, who's been watching over the Demon King's slumbering body. Where is my wife the Queen and my son? Opening his eyes, Ditsang's first word wasn't about himself, rather it's about Bai Yen and his children. My king, the prince and queen disappeared while they were in the celestial realm, that means they will reappear over on that side as well. State Teacher replies in a humble manner, his mouth showing that perennial gentle smile of a fairy. Brother. Exactly then, while Ditsang was still organizing the information he's given, a reckless figure suddenly barged into the hall and broke the stale air. She's very youthful and beautiful, yet the rash behavior told everyone there's much tempering to be had for this gorgeous flower. Brother, you're finally back. Guess what, I remember everything from way back. I also got my powers back too and won't be a drag on you anymore. Despite the commotion, Deetsang simply ignored the silly sister of his and continued to speak. State teacher, go make an announcement to everyone. My wife, 2 sons and daughter will be returning in short order. State teacher and Di Xiaowan, 2 princes and princess. Does that mean I have another nephew and niece? Isn't that wonderful? Di Xiaowan got an excited look in her eyes, then due to all the possibilities of what this news might bring, nearly screaming out her joy, the girl only managed to stop herself due to knowing how irate Deetsang would become. Yes, as you wish, sire. State teacher dutifully arches his fist and complied by heading for the exit. Seeing this, Di Xiaowan the sweet Dumbaklutz didn't hesitate and quickly followed from the rear. State teacher, wait for me. Even though the fairy-like man remains anxious to do the task assigned to him, he's nevertheless slowed down his pace to allow the princess time to move. He's always been patient with this girl, always tender in his smile, and always willingly to do anything that she pleases, no matter the situation or era. Naturally oblivious to the love shown to herself, the sweet Dumbaklutz starts going off with her mouth using her happy-go-lucky style once they were outside. State teacher, is my new niece as cute and good-looking as my sister-in-law? No matter though, I'm sure she had inherited all the good points and will be a great beauty regardless. Knowing my big bro, he will break anyone's leg if they go after my niece. Kiki, there is going to be a lot of fun things to see in the future. Princess, sometimes, the king won't be able to oversee that many things. The king is indeed strict, but he's partial to the queen and will always do as she says. If the little princess does fall in love with a man, the queen will definitely side with her. By then not even the king can say no. Against that remark, Di Xiaowan also agrees and nodded repeatedly. You are right. The demon realm is so big, there's no way my big bro can watch over everyone. Besides, the real one in charge is sister-in-law, he can't get a say. Aren't you worried of your brother hearing this? The guy rubs his temple in a helpless manner due to the level of courage this princess had towards her own older brother. Huffing a rebellious grunt at the question, there is sister-in-law on my side, I am afraid of nothing. But the queen is not in the demon realm right now. As soon as this fact fell down, so did the smile from the princess's mouth. It's frozen, just like the courage in which propelled those words coming from Di Xiaowan's mouth mere seconds ago. Swiftly ducking her head in fear, the girl turns around slightly in search of any signs of danger. When none was found, a sign of relief filled came through, but the timid nature never receded in her appearance. Smiling along the eyes at the silly behavior, state teacher couldn't keep it up and chuckled slightly. I was only teasing, you don't have to be so afraid of the king. I alone am enough to protect you. Puckering her lips into an unhappy fashion, how are you supposed to protect me when you also need to listen to my brother? I only need sister-in-law's protection. As long as I cling onto her leg then I am safe, I don't need to fear anyone. Princess, suddenly getting all serious in the face, I said I can protect you, that's always true no matter the situation. Even if I can't, I will resist and shield any danger that might come your way. That abrupt proclamation actually made the demon princess thump excitedly in the heart. Looking up with those big beautiful eyes, she felt a surge of heat taking hold of those cheeks once she saw how serious the man was before herself. It's making her all fluttery inside and she didn't know why. State teacher and Di Xiaowan, 3, princess, no matter what happens in the future, I will always be your shield. Know that you can depend on me, I will always be there when you need me the most. That said, state teacher presses forward a few steps to corner the girl against a wall, his eyes full of desire and strength. With this girl's IQ, I must be more direct, otherwise she will never understand my feelings. What if some other guy comes around and snatches her away? I crushed on her for a millennium, I won't let some nobody come around and snatch her away while under my watch. Stumbling backwards at the close contact, Di Xiaowan found it difficult to meet that gentle face. In her desperation, she actually turned tail and ran away without actually uttering a single word. It's embarrassing and humiliating for someone like her who has always done as she pleases. Towards this outcome, state teacher could only make a helpless smile. Looks like I scared her with this push. After escaping from the main hall, Di Xiaowan didn't stop running until she's completely out of breath and red in the face. She's at a total loss and it's making her frantic. This is strange, what's wrong with me? Wiping some of the sweat off the forehead, a bewildered light filled her eyes. Did he just make a move on me? No way, that's impossible. We are so close, how can he have that sort of feeling towards me? It just doesn't make sense. Oh, it's so hot out here, I need to find a cooler place to get myself together. Yes, it must be too hot out here, otherwise why else would I sweat so much? State teacher is like an older brother, how can an older brother like their little sister? Shaking her head to throw away the confusing thoughts, Di Xiaowan immediately went back to her own quarters to rest. However, that rest didn't last too long once she got wind of Di Zhang's departure. The demon princess has never been one to stay still. The moment she felt bored and was rearing to go make trouble again was when she left the palace. Eventually, the demon princess had found herself standing atop of a mountain peak and staring up into the blood-red moon trying to think about life. Yo! It's then a weak murmuring cry reached over, catching the girl's attention. It didn't take much searching for Di Xiaowan to locate the source in this case, she's a fox after all. Hiding behind some tall flowers and grasses was a weakened fox that's been stained with blood, and since she herself was also a member of the fox clan, there's no way this sweet dumpklutz could turn a blind eye to this scene. Crouching down, she pulls out a bottle and swiftly poured the medicine onto the fox's injured belly. This is something my sister-in-law gave me. Since we're the same kind, I will help you this one time. By the way, which family are you from? How come I never seen you before? State teacher and Di Xiaowan. Di Xiaowan originally planned to only give a helping hand before letting the fox go, however, the unsteady way it moved after taking the medicine only reaffirmed her kind heart. She just couldn't leave the little guy alone when she knows he wouldn't be able to make it on his own in that state. Fine, just this once since he's also a fox. Without further thought, she quickly leaned down and picked up the little guy to head home. She's got no more business around this area and wanted to find something else to do, yet her luck wasn't going to play along. Right as she's heading back to her own quarters in the main path, she accidentally bumped into state teacher who was also heading over to another spot for business. Princess. Behind came the familiar gentle voice, which made the girl all stiff and rigid in the back due to the awkwardness of the encounter. You need something of me, state teacher. Not missing the timid note in her voice, the man walks up without any hesitation. Are you hiding from me? Flickering her eyes left and right to avoid contact, Di Xiaowan didn't dare speak the truth. I did not. You don't have to hide from me. I just don't want to continue looking at your back all the time. If you accept my feelings, then I will ask the king for your marriage, but if you disagree, I will still continue to protect you for the rest of my life. That, she bites her lip, can you let me think about it? I'll wait for you. Undeterred and not let down, the man who has always held up a fairy-like image wanted to shove a little harder by getting closer when he saw the fox in the girl's hand. Getting a sinking feeling, this fox is. I found him on a hill outside the palace, he's hurt, and I don't believe he has any powers yet. I brought him home so he can recuperate in a better environment. Can you give him to me? State teacher fixes his sight on the little critter. I'll take care of this fox for you. Di Xiaowan did not think much of the idea and easily threw the patient over. She's never been much of a thinker, so whatever underlying meaning there was remains a mystery to her. I don't have much experience in caring for others, so I'll leave him in your care. After saying this, she immediately hightailed it out of there due to not being able to confront this man whom she considered better than an older brother. Watching that disappearing back, state teacher only shook his head for the 10th time today. Smiling bitterly at his own pitiful self, the guy then shifts his attention back onto the white fox. The demon princess may not realize this, but he does. This creature wasn't of the demon realm. The danger it posed remains unknown, but there's no way he would allow such threat to remain by the girl's side. In the meantime, he would be the one to care for him until they figured out the origin of this fox. As if to confirm his suspicion, the white fox suddenly whimpered somewhat after realizing he's been left behind by the princess. It's strange in the way it stared at Di Xiaowan's back. Towards this behavior, state teacher didn't miss it one bit and flashed a cold glint in his eyes. It's almost terrifying compared to his usual gentle face shown to everyone. Jealousy. 1. The following day. Early in the morning light, Di Xiaowan had been pacing around outside state teacher's residence when she eventually gritted her teeth and headed inside. State teacher, I thought about yesterday's conversation. I think we're still too early and need some more time. But before her last part of the sentence could be said, she stopped and gawked at the wonderful-looking woman standing outside state teacher's room. This woman had silky long hair of snow-white color, a weak and frail face like she would waver at the slightest breeze, a true plaything in the eyes of men. Out of instinct, the demon princess started to subconsciously clench her fist. She didn't know why either, but there's an indescribable emotion of anger, disappointment, and a jealous sourness in which she herself never realizes it. Greetings to you, princess. The woman wasted no time in arching her back once she realizes who has arrived. Extremely ugly in her face, Di Xiaowan blurted out the first thing that came to mind. You slept in state teacher's room last night. Yes, the woman who could be a model smiled warmly in her polite answering, a perfect image of a wife securing her place. Di Xiaowan's lip pursed into a thin line at that news. Going into a blank state, she wanted to run away only to hit a fleshly wall as she did so. If not for that powerful hand reaching out to keep her from falling, the princess would have long hit the ground. Princess, why are you leaving as soon as you're here? Did you not say you will give me an answer? Have you made up your mind yet? State teacher never once looked at the model woman up ahead, his gaze forever locked onto the sweet Dumbaklutz who's all pitiful looking right now. Huffing a displeased grunt, you still have the nerve to ask me of that. I thought you really liked me because of all the females you rejected in the past, but to think you are already holding another woman in your home. Now you still want me to marry you. It's likely not even the girl herself would notice this, but the way she spoke was like a girlfriend discovering their boyfriend cheating on them. That's the sort of tone she used there. Showing a frown in his face, Princess, what do you mean by that? You slept with this woman, and you asked me what I mean. Di Xiaowan viciously snaps out, her foot stomping down at his to show force. I'm telling you, I will not be degraded into sharing a husband with someone else. She's the princess of the demon realm, never would her pride or personality allow such an outcome. Making a gawking face like he's eaten a rotten apple, state teacher instantly realizes the reason and turned to the snow-white woman in question. Yesterday you slept in my room? Who allowed you into my room? Lowering her head immediately, she replies in timid tone, My lord, I didn't know it was your room. I asked my servants to arrange accommodation for you. Why did you not rest in the assigned room? Kneeling now in horror, that soft charming face of the snowy white lady showed panic and franticness. I really didn't know, my lord. I would never think of doing anything outside of your wishes or the princess's after she rescued me yesterday. After being assigned the room, I did exactly as told and slept in there for a while but found it far too cold to sleep comfortably. That's why I went into another room. I really didn't know it was your room, my lord. Jealousy, too. This finally made the princess disperse her anger due to the situation clearing up. She's mistaken the guy in front of herself and realizes the lady behind herself was in fact the very fox she saved yesterday. So it was you. Puckering her lips to one side, Di Xiaowan could understand why this lady would behave in such a fashion since she's not of the demon realm. However, the pitiful image she portrayed still made her unhappy. In contrast, she prefers her sister-in-law's character who doesn't always act frail like a white flower. Princess, I didn't stay in the manor yesterday. Pressing his hand onto Di Xiaowan's shoulder, State Teachers firmly makes his case so she doesn't get the wrong idea. But just now, did my stomp hurt you? The demon princess asks, her eyes showing regret over her own rashness. Shaking his head, it was my fault in causing your misunderstanding. You do what you think is right, there's no need for an apology. Why would you say that? There's a confused light in the girl's eye over this. I did not arrange everything properly, that's why you got me wrong. You saw her coming out of my room, that's also my fault for not being more attentive. Caressing the sweet Dumbuklut's hair like a lover trying to console his sweetheart, in my eyes, everything that you do is right, this includes your mischievous nature. I also like that about you. A little hurt by you only warms my heart. Flushing red like an apple, Di Xiaowan promptly took a step back to keep herself from showing that beating heart. She's almost losing herself due to the swelling emotions due to that heartfelt confession. State Teacher, why are you so nice to me? For all these years, regardless of what she did, this man would always shelter her and clean up any trouble she made along the way. If in the past she resisted his approach due to not knowing his love for herself, then right now Di Xiaowan could say she's no longer of the same emotion and could somewhat accept the possibility of being his wife. Pushing forward since he could see there's an effect to his words, because there is only one of you, only one Di Xiaowan. If I'm not good to you then who else am I supposed to be good to? Before I was too stringent, causing myself to painfully love you from behind in secret. Now I don't intend to hide my emotions anymore. Xiaowan, when your brother the king returns, I will ask him to marry you to me, is that all right? Skipping a beat at the marriage proposal, the demon princess could literally sense the butterflies tingle from within. I haven't promised you yet. Xiaowan, you like your nephew Prince Xiaochen a lot, right? Children at that age are the cutest, we can also have one of our own. At that point your son can stick to you day in and day out. Really? Looking surprised in the eye, the girl swiftly got all excited in the face with hopeful light. Okay, I also want a child like Xiaochen who is obedient and good. Unbeknown to this sweet Dumbuklutz, her personality and gene would never be able to produce a child like the steam bun. Unfortunately, by the time she realizes this point and the deception by State Teacher, her own child had already been born and became a bratty troublemaker that likes to pick on her instead of helping her. Jealousy? 3. Caressing her chin in happy thought, out of consideration for the child's sake, I will temporarily agree with you. But if you dare take a concubine or sort, I will definitely break your leg. Di Xiaowan then waves her fist at him in a threatening manner to act all ferocious, however, it only made her all the cuter in the man's eye. Xiaowan, when have you ever seen me touch another woman? Unintimidated, State Teacher happily clasped the girl's fist and causes her to go silent. It's as the man says, he's been alone for many years, never once touching another female in all the long years he's crushed on her. If I can do it before then I can continue to do so all the way into the future. My eyes only have you. He reaffirms his stance by using that serious face. The demon princess openly giggled at that confession, then I believe you. Seeing Di Xiaowan finally accepting his advances, State Teacher's mood flew into an elated clarity, his face smiling like the spring breeze on a warm summer's day. However, not everything was as nice as it seems on the surface. Unlike the pair who had just accepted each other, the model lady behind them had started to make a very jealous gaze in which she hid by lowering her head. The Celestial Palace. Inside the courtyard of this once great structure, countless occupants are currently shivering in fear while kneeling on the ground before Bai Yan's might. Where are the keepers? She asks with narrowed eye, her voice condensing into a sharp blade that held them at the neck. The lady's aura was simply too immense right now, crushing and sending fear into these defenders who had lost all will to resist. To be fair, they are not cowards. If it meant fighting or being mocked as such, they would surely pick death over mockery. However, the keepers have already announced to the world that Baiyan's the true owner of all heaven. Without her, there wouldn't be any hope for the celestial realm during the impending calamity. Your Highness, we really don't know where the keepers have gone. After they left that day, none of them returned. Don't know. Baiyan sneered in a sarcastic tone, so they are turning into cowards and refusing to show their faces. They hurt so many of my family, do they really believe they can escape my wrath? So what if those old fools regret their actions? The crimes they committed on me and my family is unforgivable. Please, we really didn't know anything about what happened in the past, nor do we have any involvement in the event. Please spare us, we don't know anything. I will leave what happened 1,000 years ago aside for now, I can't remember all of the details either. Nevertheless, that doesn't absolve any of you the sins they committed. Over the millennium, how many demons and demonic creatures have you murdered in the meantime? As their queen, I have to avenge. The backs of these shivering defenders curled even lower, trying hard to hide their own existence in front of those words. I'll give you half a month to find them out for me, and if they don't come out after half a month, I'll destroy your celestial palace. Jealousy, 4, roughly sweeping her sleeve to dismiss these hostages, Baiyan turns back to First Elder who's standing in the rear. First Elder, we will stay and rest somewhere in the vicinity for the time being. I like to see how long those people can endure before they lose patience. Even if she needs to force them, she would shove them out of hiding. As you wish, the elder nodded, I will go arrange everything. Should I go inform the king then? Go ahead and message Deetsang. I won't be returning to the demon realm for the time being, I want to wait for them to fall into the net I set. It's fact that Baiyan doesn't remember all the details of what transpired in her previous life, but that doesn't mean she couldn't imagine the level of carnage and death caused by these people standing at the peak of the celestial realm. It must have been a bloodbath for those demons left behind in this place. So what if they did it for the sake of the humans here? It doesn't absolve anything. Mother, Bai Shuchen tightly grasped onto the woman's hand, his lip forming a thin line. When are we going to pick up Ling Yan and Jean Tian? I miss them. How about this, Shuchen? We can go pick up your siblings with Dragony right now since there's some free time. First Elder, I'm leaving you in charge while I'm not around. Yes, Queen. The elder respectfully arches his fist in compliance. Let's go. Holding her son and daughter's hand, Baiyan disappears into the far-off distance using her newfound powers. At the same time, First Elder also whisks his sleeve to leave, leaving only the defenders who are all nervously kneeling there in wait. Their backs had already been drenched in sweat, only now do they gasp in relief at being spared. Those plagues are finally gone, but what are we going to do if the keepers don't return in half a month? We shouldn't have attacked those demons before if we had known the demon realm would recover this quickly. One of the defender comments after regaining his nerve. What are you spouting? If it wasn't for the Celestial Lord stopping us from attacking the demon realm back then, we would have destroyed the demons as a whole. The reason we are in this state is because of the Lord to begin with. A younger man who had a bit more gall objected, his face showing indignation at being forced to beg. Humanity is stronger than those monsters, why should we be humble to an inferior race? But that thought didn't last very long for the poor guy. In the next second after an older defender jabbed him in the waist, his eyes gawked and he started to stutter, Celestial Lord. Why did the Celestial Lord suddenly return? Standing at the front entrance was none other than Chewy God. Like always, he's glisteningly pure with his long white hair fluttering in the wind, matched that with his emotionless temperament, he's the embodiment of a snowy blizzard. I've only been away for a while yet you bunch dare to spread rumors. The blizzardly man casts a glance at the young defender who's openly shuddering at the added attention. Keeper Zun's decision, 1, LoveLore, we, the youngster's face went deathly pale at the remark, which was obviously directed at himself. "Have Keeper Zune and them come see me." Chewy God orders, not once giving the people here any more attention than he has to. That immediately brought the whole crowd into an awkward silence of embarrassment due not being able to comply. They already mentioned they didn't know to buy yen, now it only emphasized their inability when their own lord was asking the same question. It's shameful. Lord, we really don't know where the keepers are right now. Still indifferent and icy cold in his expression, then I will be here waiting for them. The keepers will eventually have to return one day. Also, do not let my whereabout be known to the public, I do not wish to be found. Once he's done giving this order, the man began to walk inside in an almost ghostly manner. He didn't make a single noise in his steps and literally became a blur due to how much distance he covered with every stride of those legs. Within the mountains, a reddish figure had just arrived on scene with her 2 children in tow. The place first elder indicted should be here somewhere. Halting in her flight, Bai Yen scans the surrounding mountain peaks before locking onto the sound of laughter somewhere up ahead. I found it. Come, let's go pick up Jin Tian and Ling Yen. Meanwhile, at the same time, not far away at the edge of a small pool of water, Ling Yen had been holding her tummy and laughing away due to her own brother's effort of acting silly and cute before herself. She's been depressed after the water dragon left and only got her mood back a while ago. Then out of nowhere, the lass's laughter ceased, replaced entirely by the look of surprise along that face once she noticed the new arrivals in the sky. Not waiting for the little glutton to react to his sister's odd behavior, Ling Yen promptly got up from the ground and threw herself at the woman who has now landed by their side. The baby didn't hesitate to wrap those small little arms around the lady's leg to gain a sense of comfort due to being all lonely inside. Wah! After 3 seconds of silence, that's how long the little demon princess could endure before breaking out into a tearful cry of grievance. Ling Yen, mother is back, so don't cry. Wrapping her hands around the crying baby girl, Bai Yen happily lifts her up to soothe that mood by patting her back and making a lolling sound. She knows her disappearance for so many days has affected her daughter, so the demon queen felt a strong level of regret and guilt for being a poor mother. Mother, mother. The little glutton finally caught up with reality and toddled over as well. But unlike his twin sister, the baby boy didn't have such a big mood swing, so he didn't cry and only smiled at who has come. Keeper Zune's decision, too, mother, I took good care of my sister during your absence. I also told her many jokes and happy things. Looking up after clinging onto the woman's thigh, the little glutton appeared all hopeful in the face like he's looking for a praise. Jin Tian is awesome, Bai Yen praises him, roughing up his hair as compliment. Of course, Ling Yen is also awesome. The both of you are my pride. Every child of hers was her pride, so she's not just saying it for fun. Mother, Ling Yen puckers her lips, those eyes still rolling with tears, do you not want me anymore? Why did you leave me at this place? Woo, you must have found another baby fox outside, that's why you don't want Ling Yen anymore. Bai Yan's forehead inevitably twitched at that comment. She's got an aching suspicion that the sentence sounded familiar, as if someone already said it before. Subconsciously, the lady sneaks a glance over to the steam bun who's next to herself. Thankfully Bai Xiaochen had his attention fully fixated on that little sister of his right now, otherwise he might just be able to pick up on the weird look he's getting. Don't cry, Ling Yen, mother did not abandon you, we only had something to do. Aren't we back now? We're here to pick you and Jin Tian up. Bai Xiaochen says, moving his hand to wipe off the peachy baby's tear whom he cherished as the greatest treasure. Not looking so sad anymore after hearing Big Brother's consoling words, the baby princess faces her own mother for confirmation. Really? Mother is here to bring me and second brother home. You're not leaving us again. It's the first time this baby girl's been away from her mother for so long. A child needs their parent around, especially at such a young age. Of course, it's true. Bai Xiaochen continues to soothe his little sister using that extremely gentle voice. On the other hand, the little glutton's been staring up at his family hoping for some attention as well. When he discovered there's none to be had, the chubby little baby boy immediately broke out into a crying fit to get that. Startled by the outburst of tears, the steam bun furrows his nose and asked, "What are you crying about?" "I also miss mother and big brother. I also want big brother to hug me." Bai Shuchen's expression got very serious then. "Have you forgotten what I taught you before? Men do not cry easy. As a man, how can you cry so easily?" Taken aback by the lecture, the little glutton only then remembers the lesson, that, "Okay, I won't cry anymore," softening up after seeing how aggrieved and pitiful his little brother remains on the surface. Bai Shuchen moves forward to give him a hug anyways. "Jin Tian, you will be the king of the demon realm one day, you can't act so weak. But you did well in taking care of your sister while we were away, so this is your reward." Giggling in happy note after getting the praise he wanted, Jin Tian hurriedly wipes his tears away. I am a man, I won't cry, I will protect mother and Ling Yan. Now that's a good man of our demon realm." Patting his little brother's head as a praise again after hearing what he wanted, "I'm looking forward to your success. I will also tell father to pass the throne to you as soon as possible." "Really?" Jin Tian's eyes shined with light, forming a crescent shape to emphasize his own cuteness and desire for that position. He couldn't wait for that day and started to suckle his own finger like a little glutton that he was. However, the deception told to him about being able to eat as much food as he pleases once he's king remains a lie. By the time the poor boy realizes this pit set up by his own family, it's already too late and he's working his butt off day in and day out, starving himself thin compared to this lovely childhood he enjoys today. "Jin Tian, Ling Yan, I want to introduce you to someone." Bai Yan went ahead to bring Dragony over to her side for the introduction. "This is your older sister, her name is Dragony." Keeper Zun's decision. 3. Dragony nervously rubbed her little hand as she took in the two adorable babies. On several times already, she wanted to pinch their lovely face due to how cute they were. The only reason she hasn't was due to fear of breaking them like a toy doll. That's how delicate those two are in her eye. "Hello, Sister Dragony." Ling Yan politely greets the girl, her little face bright with smile. On the other hand, Jin Tian only had a dull look as he surveyed the older girl before turning back to Bai Yan with a question. Mother, how come big sister's name is not the same as ours? And, why is she so pretty?" Although the appearance of the young dragoness couldn't be compared to Bai Yan's scale, she's nevertheless starting to shine in her own way after growing older during this period. "Mother," Dragony urgently spoke, "can I touch them? They're so cute. Will I accidentally break them if I do?" Black lines instantly filled Bai Yan's face. "They are not dolls, how you break them? Feel free to touch your own siblings, they will be alright." "Okay." Dragony instantly breaks into a huge smile, carefully extending her hand to first caress the baby girl's cheek. I touched it." At contact, she froze into a stiff iceberg as her heart raced with incredible excitement. In the past, the dragoness also had her own family, an older sister as well. However, that family could never be considered a family. Forget about being close, they wouldn't even let Dragony get close, let alone have any physical contact, and now she finally has a little and adorable sister. Unfazed by the cold finger touching her own cheek, Ling Yan only stared up at the girl with her own curious gaze. This big sister is so strange. She clearly wants to give me a hug, why is she not doing so? I want a hug. Afterwards, Dragony continues with her gesture and gave the little glutton a rub on the head as well. This time around, the dragoness became even more excited, bordering on the line of melting away due to her own joy. "Sister Dragony, can you give me a hug?" Ling Yan finally couldn't stand it anymore and suggested this. She's biting her own thumb in hope of getting her wish. Okay. Dragony sounded flustered at first but quickly came back to herself. Crouching down, she plucks the peachy girl up into her arms and drew a burst of giggle from Di Ling Yen as they snuggled their cheeks against one another. To one side where Winger's been standing the entire time appeared proud as he silently watched this scene. He also picked up on the desire from the dragoness and saw how easily the baby princess was able to lock onto that emotion as well. As expected of the queen's daughter, she's already showing such a huge heart despite being so young. Such a sensible and intelligent girl, how can Yun Ruoshi ever think about hurting her in the first place? It's getting late, let's leave now. Scanning her 4 children, Bai Yan felt so pleased to have such a big family. Xiaqin, you are in charge from now on if I'm not around, can you do that? Of course mother, you count on me. Puffing up his chest, the steambun proudly answers the call. Pleased by her eldest son's reply, Bai Yan went ahead to reach out with her hand to hold on to Dragoni and his for departure. That leaves only the little glutton who's not being led yet. Jin Tian, you keep up okay? Keeper Zun's decision, for, the little glutton nodded heavily and without complaint as he toddled from behind. The boy couldn't walk as fast as his older brother, so he had to pace himself hard in order to keep up. Even so, Jin Tian's not unhappy. After all, he's a man of the family, right? A man must protect the females of the group, and he's going to be king someday. On the other end of Celestial Realm. Inside a cave, several old elders are sitting around a campfire, their mood damp and dreary due to the heavy air hovering above their heads. I'm sure all of you have already heard of what's happening out there. Bai Yan wants to force us out, otherwise she won't let those remaining in the Celestial Palace free. Have we really come to the end of the road? Keeper Yellow cocks a self-mocking smirk, his eyes full of sorrow. Those of them who were once high at the top has now been reduced to rats scurrying around in the caves. How could he not be sad? If not, how about we seek Yun Ruoshi? The one suggesting that never got to finish his words though because Keeper Ling, who's the grumpiest of the bunch, promptly cut him off with a punch against the cave wall. Shut up. Did you forget she's the one that placed us in this state? I will never forgive her, never forgive what she did to us and everyone else. The higher the hope, the stronger the disappointment. He gave far too much love to the old witch and sacrificed far too much to protect that deceitful woman. And for what? Nothing but betrayal and deception in the end. How could this grumpy keeper ever forgive such an existence? The half-month deadline is soon upon us. We've worked so hard for what? It's for the Celestial Realm. Even if the ending is death, I must meet with Bai Yan again. Keeper Zun, who's the kindest of the bunch, stood up, his fist a tight clench as he inhaled deeply to ready himself. Keeper Zun, do you believe she will really forgive us after all we've done to her? Keeper Yellow smiled helplessly. Before they would dare bargain with the demon realm because they had the supposed master of the amulet on their side. The group believed Bai Yan and Di Tsang would agree to their terms for the sake of the demon realm's safety. But right now, without that bargaining chip, what qualification do they have left to barter? It doesn't matter, I'm going to try anyways. I and Keeper Ling will handle this matter in person. The rest of you wait here. Keeper Zun's eye grew firm and strong after saying that. Keeper Yellow appeared taken aback by the proclamation. Hurrying to speak, you're serious about this? I still believe we should retain our strength for the impending battle. No, we can't wait until that day comes, the risk is far too high. If I and Keeper Ling's life can be used to persuade Bai Yan in saving this world, then our death would be more than worth it. Then under the watchful eye of others, he strode out of the cave like a brave soldier meeting his maker. Keeper Ling didn't cower away either. Without looking back, this grumpy elder who's known to have an attitude followed suit. What do you all think? Will Keeper Ling and Keeper Zun be able to change Bai Yan's mind and drop her hatred? The one who suggested to turn to Yun Ruoshi before spoke again. Keeper Yellow, the de facto leader, remaining sank in his eyes at the idea. They have both made the decision to die if they must in their venture, there's no telling what will happen. I do know Keeper Ling must be there if there's any chance for this plan to work. It was he who killed Bai Yan, and it was he who killed the unborn baby in her belly. If Keeper Ling dies, then maybe the hatred could be lifted. As to why Keeper Zun also went, I'm sure you know the temperament of Keeper Ling. Someone must be there to help douse the flames somehow during the talk. Negotiation 1. Inside an inn that's located not far from where the Celestial Palace was located, Bai Yan lies comfortably atop of a soft comfy bed as she's snuggled with the small meat bun in her blossom. Jin Tian very much enjoyed this intimate moment with his mother, of course, but as he blinked and blinked due to the comfortable massage he's getting, his tummy just had to give in to his hunger and began to growl again and again. This causes his small happy face to pucker into a grieving frown. You're hungry already? Bai Yan asks with a tenderly smile after hearing the noise. Biting his thumb as he nodded, Mother, I am hungry. Go ahead and ask your big brother to take you then. Mother here has something to do while you eat. Loosening her hand around the young baby, Bai Yan didn't find it disappointing to lose her soft marshmallow. In return for the freedom, the little glutton did what any child would do and happily smooched the mother on her cheek, thus smothering the face with his saliva. He's too excited at the prospect of being able to eat all those delicious delicacies. Mother, I'll go find big brother then. After you're done, come back and be my hug pillow. This little guy's soft body feels so good. Now that Xiaochen is older, it's only normal for him to be the replacement for Bai Yan's huggies. The premise is that Di Tsang's not around, of course. And sure enough, Jin Tian didn't disappoint. Even before he left, the way he toddled out of the room was absolutely adorable, and the rolling strides he did similar to a baby polar bear. For a moment, Bai Yan wondered if he's really a fox or not. Foxes don't eat as much as he does and isn't as silly. Suddenly, two familiar energy signatures started to draw near, causing the lady in the room to spartan up in the face. Come in, bang! With a gush of wind blowing the door open, two old seniors appeared before the host. In light of the intrusion, Bai Yan remains lazy, looking on the bed like she didn't have a care in the world. On the other hand, Keeper Ling and Keeper Zun was less assured despite being the outsider. They were dazzled by how incredibly stunning this woman has become after her return. Whether it be the air of temperament, this demon queen has changed and became more magnificent than ever before. If only we didn't do what we did back then. Perhaps Bai Yan would already be the Lord's wife. Bai Yan, I heard you're looking for me. Speaking first was Keeper Ling. However, his mouth didn't get to run further than this due to his counterpart shooting him an eyeful to be quiet. Everyone knows how rude the grumpy elder could get, so Keeper Zun wanted to shut that down before they start the negotiation. Supporting her head with a hand, Bai Yan coldly smirks at the pair before starting. It seems there is quite a few missing among you. Why did they not come out? Changing in his face, Keeper Zun inhaled deeply in order to suppress the inner panic. Your Highness, we are here to talk. Without indication, Bai Yan bursts into a derisive laugh. Talk? Have you mistaken something about me? I came back to get revenge, not to talk. Keeper Zun's heart clenched into a mass of unease. Your Highness, no, you will not let us go. That is why we are here to offer our heads. I only hope that once we die, you will forgive the past and protect the celestial realm. Hearing this, Bai Yan finally pulled herself up from the soft comfy bed and confronted the two keepers. First, my enemies are not just with you too. 1,000 years ago, many of you colluded together to murder me and those close to me. What makes you think I will let those people go? Secondly, I can promise to not do anything to the rest of the celestial realm, but you want me to protect them? On what grounds should I do that? Negotiation 2. In simpler terms, she's only promised not to attack those from the celestial realm. Never did she say those demons wouldn't do anything as retaliation on their own. The debt has been piling up for a millennium. There's no way blood wouldn't be shed once things start rolling. After all, a simple word of forgiveness could never atone for a sin. That would be the equivalent of murder and getting off scot-free after a slap on the wrist. Keeper Zun's mouth stammered for a proper response. He thought of countless possibilities before coming, but he never thought Bai Yen would directly refuse their request so quickly. Your Highness, the ones who did wrong is us, the rest of the celestial realm is innocent. Smile sarcastically, innocent. If they're innocent, then what about those demons and demonic beasts? So just because they're different that they deserve to die at those so-called innocent hands? That brought Keeper Zun to a stall, unable to counteract that argument. In his mind, those animals have always been there for them to kill, to use, a resource to be tapped when needed. How could he find a proper argument in defending their stance without offending this lady first? Bai Yen, Keeper Ling, who's the grumpy one, could tell his counterpart has lost the ability to negotiate. Glaring at the lady as he spoke, I know you hate us to the bone. Tell us what you want then, we only ask you protect the celestial realm afterwards. Squinting her eyes into a narrow slit, Bai Yen glared at the old man in reply, I want Azure Dragon and White Tiger to have never needed to die and reincarnate. I also want my husband to not have needed to be in coma because he used his soul to reform my own. I also want my grandfather from the Celestial Palace to have never lost his sanity. The more she went over the past, the more her hands were clenching into a deathly grip. I'd rather not have had to die and experience the pain of life and death. Can you do all of that? If you can change all that, then I'll help the celestial realm. Even though she's found White Tiger and Azure Dragon again in this life, it still doesn't change the fact that they died and has been reincarnated into a new. Then there's also her unborn child from the previous life. That fetus bore so much resentment that it permeated into this era, such emotion and pain. How could she as a mother not demand justice? Bai Yen. You really can't shelter the lives of Celestial Realm after me and Keeper Zun offer our lives? Keeper Ling asks again, his voice full of stubbornness. Smirking in her face, Bai Yen only had one word for this grumpy old bone, no. Then pausing to take a look around like she's trying to make a point, and look around, does it appear I wouldn't be able to take your lives on my own? Locating your whereabouts was just a matter of time. Why should I make a deal when it's something within my own reach? This demon queen has never been one to shelter her enemies. Never in the past, and never in the present. Of course, the celestial realm won't disappear. I have no intention of destroying this place. There are plenty of humans from the human world who will eventually ascend into immortality. At that point both demons and celestials will coexist without grudge. The only difference would be you people being gone. Her family and friends from the human world are the most likely candidates to achieve ascension. By that time she would make this realm suitable and welcoming to all. There won't be such a thing as evil and good based on race, only personal deeds that dictating one's future. Negotiation. 3. Keeper Ling's hand began to tighten into a tense ball after losing his patience. In that case there is nothing more to talk about between us. To think you're such a cold-hearted person who would sacrifice so many innocent lives just for your own desire. It's true that many in the celestial realm harmed her, but there are also countless more who did nothing at all, nothing. How did her heart become so cold and hard? Bai Yen sneered even harder at the reprimand. No matter how cold and hard my heart becomes, it's nothing compared to the likes of you. That's why even if you die, it won't erase anything. Seeing the grumpy Ling was about to lash out now, Keeper Zun, who's been quiet, immediately tugged at his counterpart to stop. Turning back to the demon queen, this kind elder sighs as he spoke. Bai Yen, back when you were with us in the celestial realm, we really did look at you with our sincerity. Unfortunately, fate likes to toy with those living. We too never thought fate would pan out that way and cause so much hurt towards you. But even if we regret it now, it's already too late. Making a bittersweet smile at the thought, I know you won't forgive us, and that's within your right and reason, we know that. We only hope you can let us die with dignity. Stepping back to her bed to take a seat, Bai Yen didn't appear fazed by the determination shown by the two elders and instead sneered some more. All right, you can do that. I do not want to ever see the existence of the Celestial Palace again. The Celestial Palace is bound to topple, just a matter of when and who does it. Trembling in his hand for the inevitable, Keeper Zun slowly closes those eyes for one last time and smashed down at his own head after gathering energy. Boom! He did not hold back at all from the strike, smashing heavily into the floorboard and leaving him lifeless and dead. Bai Yen didn't get moved though by this sheer will of conviction, nay, instead she turned to face Keeper Ling who didn't move yet. Shivering at what has come to pass for his counterpart, the grumpy elder spoke apprehensively. Bai Yen, you really can't help the celestial realm? No, she bluntly answers him and refuses to waste more words. That finally did it. Like being brought to the edge of a cliff, Keeper Ling breaks out into a hysterical laughing fit that dropped the temperature of the room down a notch. I see. I know you won't let me go even if I don't commit suicide. Suddenly, the old elders I turned sharp and determined. However, I want to tell you this before my death, Yun Ruo, she isn't dead. She's not only alive, she's also being backed by a very powerful entity, ahaha. As he laughed away, so did the palm of his hand strike down from above, smashing his brains out and causing both eye and mouth to spill blood while dropping to the ground. Just like that, under the witnessing ray of the shining sun seeping through the open window, two lifeless bodies of some of the strongest entities here in this world finally came to an end, closing their chapter in the history books for good. Uncaring as she lazily stretched her arms at the finished sight, Bai Yen spoke with indifference. First Elder, take these corpses and toss them back to the Celestial Palace. Let them deal with their bodies if they want. Yes, Your Highness. Gradually revealing himself from a shadier part of the yard was none other than the leading demon elder. He wasted no time in picking up the still warm sacks of flesh with his bare hands to leave. Alone again now after having her room cleaned, Bai Yen didn't go anywhere afterwards. She knows someone's coming, a familiar someone that she's been wanting to see after returning to this world. And sure enough, after a couple of minutes, a tall standing figure of warmth appears before herself after descending from the sky. Black Turtle. Contract Black Turtle, 1, Queen. Black Turtle arches his fist and greets Bai Yen, his smiling face as handsome as ever. Now that you back, I ask that you contract with me again and make me your familiar. Slowly getting up from her seat, Black Turtle, how much of the past do you remember? Even though the Celestial Palace would soon become a thing of the past, Bai Yen's nevertheless unable to remember all the details from the previous life. All this Demon Queen knows was that they're the ones that caused her friends and family to separate, the cause of all her pain and suffering, so getting any more detail would be helpful. I don't know anything, the charming human form of the sacred turtle frowns. I only got the visions and fragmented dreams from Earth to go by. In those fragments, I saw you, the king, and a man. I couldn't make out that person's face clearly, but I know he's the one. Who killed me? Bai Yan's finger visibly trembled at that last bit. Gently closing her eyes, a scene gradually reappears in the lady's head. It's a battlefield, specifically the Battle of Azure Dragon before his death. The young dragon general was dazzling and peerless in his fight against the enemy, but that shining son of a man still fell victim to a backstabbing sword from the rear, a spot in which he trusted to be safeguarded thanks to his own allies watching it. Do you mean? Besides the Celestial Palace, we also have other enemies in this celestial realm? Bai Yen understands now the one who murdered her precious friends was someone they trusted. I don't know, shook the guy's head, I can't remember anything. I only know you are my mistress and that person is close to you. As for anything else, I can't remember anymore. Bai Yen did not continue her inquiry anymore, knowing her efforts would be futile since the guy was also a reincarnation like herself. Perhaps. The only person left who knows the full story would be Black Turtle. I promised Suzaku that I will bring everyone to her place on the Demon Mountain if I gather all of you. She is waiting for us now. I understand. Although Black Turtle couldn't remember anything still, these people whom he cherished the most remains firmly plastered in his heart. As a result, his lips had formed a warm smile without deliberately doing so at the mention of that bird. Now let's start the contract. Bai Yen closes her eyes to begin after saying that, allowing the man's finger to reach over to touch her forehead. Instantly, a surge of energy flowed through into the lady's mind, imprinting something between the two of them and locking their souls together. Under the blood-colored sky, a young girl dressed in white stood staring down at the stubborn-looking young teen lying in front of herself. What's your name? The girl's eyes showed pity, yet it was crisp and easy to the ear in light of the attitude. The teenager's eyes were stubborn, black-white. Black-white? Your name is really strange, why is it both white and black? Smiling with her huge grin as she squatted downwards, I can save you, but you must follow me from now on, okay? Why? Because you are a black turtle, and the only remaining one at that. If you follow me, then I won't let anyone hurt you again. You follow me and I won't let anyone hurt you again. The teenager's heart shuddered at the idea, his stubborn gaze finally taking a closer look at the girl's face to discern the truth in that statement. Immediately, their focus locked and the young lad found himself moved by that smile. Without control, he nods and sealed the deal. Contract Black Turtle, 2, alright, I will follow you. In this life, as long as you don't abandon me, then I won't abandon you even in death. The teen didn't think much of his vow that day, but he really would die for her eventually somewhere into the future. Bai Yen silently stood there as she watched the scenes flash before herself. First it was the original meeting of herself and Black Turtle, then through their growth and eventually the final battle in the celestial realm where the sky has been stained with blood. I, Black White, promised her I will use my life to defend her. Replacing that stubborn young teen with the attitude was now a tall standing and upright man who carried an air of reliability and strength. From the day she took him in, Black White has vowed to follow this woman for life. That's why in spite of the terrible odds and numerous injuries along his body, this last surviving member of the Black Turtle clan would never yield or submit before the enemy. At this sight, Bai Yan's heart instinctively clenched up and wanted to help. But the lady knew she couldn't move, in fact, she could do nothing here. This wasn't real, she knew that, but it doesn't change the fact that her emotions are swirling out of control. Thankfully sanity had the better grip in this case, otherwise it would beat the whole purpose of falling into this state again of seeing the past. Doing nothing as the battle raged onwards, growing fiercer and deadlier with each passing minute, it soon became clear neither side could really come out on top. Unlike the other three sacred beasts, Black Turtle had the strongest defenses of them all. Even when outnumbered, the attacks aren't able to truly penetrate his skin, that was until he came. From out of the blue without anyone noticing on the battlefield, a powerful force reared its ugly head out from behind Black White's view. It's a blade comprised of condensed air, a silent yet deadly strike that penetrated straight into the man's heart and plowing a hole right through that chest where blood sprayed out like a fountain in its wake. In light of the lethal injury, the demon general didn't fall. Instead, he fixed his gaze upwards and onto the clouds where a mysterious figure floated. In his eye, there's shock, disbelief, but more were that of sorrowful pain at the recognition. Bai Yen followed this gaze of course. In her discovery, the person responsible for this sudden attack appeared hazy and shrouded behind a cover of mist in her view. She wanted to get a better look, finally moving her legs to go forwards. Unfortunately, like all the times in the past, this was when her consciousness got dragged back out from the deep state. Black White, standing there with a solemn attitude after recognizing where she's at, I will find out who that person is, I promise you. She never accepts betrayal, especially those whom she trusts. I believe in you, mistress. Because of the contract they just formed, Black White had changed his way of addressing this demon queen and no longer called her his queen. During this period, you don't need to stay with me, go protect my children instead. If I'm not mistaken, it won't be long before that enemy begins to move against us. The only thing she couldn't put down was her children, especially Bai Xiaochen, who has been with her the longest. Yes, mistress. Demon Realm. A blood-colored moon hung high in the sky as Chu Yi, the Holy Land's princess, strode through the open streets. She's feeling rather creeped out right now due to the strange chills running through her back. This demon realm is so scary, just like Di Xiaowan's older brother. No wonder that guy's so frightening. Contract Black Turtle, 3, but we have no other option. Lan Xiaoyun, younger cousin, pinches her lips to one side. Auntie Ning already said Bai Yan cousin is in the demon realm, that's why I snuck out of home to find her. Since the day where Bai Yan disappeared from the face of this world, Bai Ning, who's the lady's own mother, had gone back to the human world where the rest of the family resides. There, it's where she came to front with her daughter's miserable childhood and the mistake she had committed on Bai Yan. It's also there where the woman discovered the tragic years her husband endured and of how close the man suffered a mental breakdown. Worst of all, she couldn't even make amends for all the years of being gone due to both being missing. Her daughter disappeared before her very eyes, and her husband Yunfeng had gone out to search for her whereabouts with no news of his current location. It's irony at its finest. Xiaoyun, let's explore this place first and ask for directions to the Demon Palace. We need to find Di Xiaowan before we continue since this is her turf. They are the infamous earth-shattering 333, it wouldn't be proper if they didn't have the third within their group. Looking back at things, it's been a long while since they've been temporarily disbanded. You're right. Lan Xiaoyun quickly scans the street and fixed her eyes on a passing girl who appeared similar in age. This. Miss, can I ask you for direction to the palace? Coincidentally, the one being spoken to here was none other than Huang Xiaoying, the tigress, and also self-proclaimed fiancé of Little Rice the White Tiger. Ever since that male feline left by following Bai Yan's footstep into the celestial realm, this poor love-struck tigress had been moody and unhappy for not being taken along. So, imagine some random girl coming up to herself with that lovely little face and asking for directions to her fiancé's home. There's no way she wouldn't be on guard. You're a human. She could tell by taking a quick sniff of their scent. We're here to find Di Xiaowan, can you show us the way? Chu Yi changed her old arrogant temperament and asked politely. This wasn't her home nor the human world, there wouldn't be her older brother here to watch over herself. When visiting, it's only proper to change her manners in accordance with the locals. Who are you to the queen? Lan Xiaoyan blinked and blinked her beautiful eyes, slightly taken aback by that title. Do you mean Bai Yan? She's my cousin. In an instant, Huang Xiaoying's attitude flipped a 180 and showed excited joy. Then you know my future husband. Your future husband. Chu Yi exchanged a glance with her partner in crime and made a skeptical face. What is this strange demoness talking about? Her future husband, who is that? Getting all shy at the counter-question, the tigress appears all red in the cheeks as she spoke. My future husband is Little Rice. Like thunder rolling across the sky, Chu Yi and Lan Xiaoyun were both left gawking on the spot. The woman in front of us is Little Rice's fiancé. But he is so young, how did he get hooked up with someone already? However, Little Rice hasn't accepted me yet, but no worries, I won't give up. Huang Xiaoying cocked a confident grin at the two girls to show her determination. Can both of you give some good words on my behalf to Her Highness and Little Rice? I can steal all of my pa's treasure and give it to you if you do. Contract Black Turtle, 4. In order to pursue her husband, Huang Xiaoying would go to any lengths at this point. Pity though the main tiger of the show wasn't around to see this, otherwise it would be a real showstopper. That's fine. Chu Yi grasped onto the tigress's hand in support. I'm looking forward to the day where you and Little Rice marry. Now can you take us to Di Xiaowan? We got something to discuss with her. Of course. Huang Xiaoying's smile grew more brilliant at the future. but you must help me persuade Little Rice for sure though. Aside from being a little older than he is, I'm perfectly good for a wife, older. Chu-Yi eyed the tigress with an examining look, unable to discern the actual age of this lady due to that youthful face. Little Rice hates it that I'm older than he is, that's why he won't accept me. She puckers her lip like an aggrieved wife waiting for her man to return. Can I ask, how old are you exactly? Huang Xiaoying stretched out a finger as a reply. 1 year old. 1 year older is nothing, why would Little Rice dislike her? She shook her head at the guess. Then, 10 years older. 10 years older is a bit of a stretch, but it's not impossible, right? She shakes that head again. I am 100 years older. Boom. 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 Rocked by the thundering explosion in her own head, Chu-Yi didn't even know how to respond to this revelation. 100 years old, at this age, she's even older than my grandpa. No wonder Little Rice is so reluctant. Actually, I'm still considered young. Take Di Xiaowan for example. My impression of her is that she's 100 years old, but First Elder told me the princess is already a millennium in age. Huan Xiaoying pinches her lip into a flat line as she hung her head depressingly. Why is Little Rice refusing my advances? I don't get it. An awkward and shocked smile gripped onto Lan Xiaoying's face like a haunted ghost. Di Xiaowan is 1,000 years old. She's 1,000 years old. And I just found that out. Demon Palace. Sitting at the edge of her own room's balcony, Di Xiaowan the demon princess was currently propping her chin against those hands and staring up into the blood-colored moon. Big Bro has been gone for a few days already, why hasn't he returned with sister-in-law and Shachin yet? I haven't seen them for so long time. Your Royal Highness, a palace maid hurriedly ran over then to make a report. Miss Huang Xiaoying of the Tiger Clan has come to seek an audience. Huang Xiaoying. What is she coming to see me for? I'm not seeing her, I'm not. I won't see anyone but my sister-in-law and new niece. Huffing a snort, she shakes her head back and forth to emphasize her droopy mood. But Huang Xiaoying brought 2 girls with her. They claim you and them are the earth-shattering 333, Wah. Before the palace maid could even finish her words, Di Xiaowan had already bolted out of there, leaving only a stunned-looking messenger in the rear coughing from the dust created. Chu-Yi, Lan Xiaoyan. Even from afar, the demon princess could already recognize those 2 humans standing there. Without delay, she ran over to give each a hearty hug. How did you both get here, and how did you get to the demon realm? Why didn't you send me a message? I could have had someone go pick you 2 up. At first the 2 princesses of their own home were at odds with each other, but after some further mingling and fighting, Chu-Yi and Di Xiaowan were now close friends. As the old saying goes, one doesn't get to know one another unless they fight, which created their profound friendship. Of course, there's also the important factor of Chu-Yi giving up on helping Chu Yifeng from pursuing Bai Yan. Otherwise, any friendship would mean squat in this case. Contract Black Turtle 5. According to reason, Huang Xiaoying the tigress should have been the closest relationship with the demon princess, but upon watching Di Xiaowan and Chu-Yi's friendly bickering, she just couldn't help but get a little jealous inside. Di Xiaowan, how come I don't see Bai Yan around, where is she? Chu-Yi kept looking around but found none of the reason for which they came to this place. Displeased in her voice, how come she's coming out to meet us? I heard from Bai Yan's mother that she's currently in the demon realm. Stalling for a second due to the question, the demon princess quickly came back to her senses and blurted out the truth. Huh? Why would she say that? Bai Yan is not in the demon realm, she's currently missing. What? Chu-Yi's heart flew into a tense shock at the news. Showing a pale face, Bai Yan's missing. How can that be? Di Xiaowan, you better not be hiding her from us. I refuse to believe she's missing, I refuse to believe that. Xiaowan, why is my cousin missing? Lan Xiaoyan also appeared flustered with panic. Pressing her hands onto the demon princess's shoulder, tell me right now the last known location of her whereabout, I'll go look for her right away. If Grandpa finds out, then he will likely collapse from the shock. Staying silent for a while longer, the demon princess finally got it and quickly remedied her own words. Don't worry and let me finish before going all crazy on me. Bai Yan is missing, that's true. However, she came back already. Both human girls were frozen in their faces due to the sudden twist. Can you not say stuff halfway and leave it hanging? Don't you know it will scare us to death? You must have done this on purpose. Chu Yi huffs and huffs, you must be jealous of me that I got to share beds with Bai Yan over the years, that's why you deliberately left us hanging. It's your way of getting payback. Do you know you almost scared me death by telling us she's missing? Di Xiaowan's expression instantly turned green with envy. You and sister-in-law got to share a bed together. The Holy Land Princess proudly cocks her chin up as a confirming reply. Of course, I not only got to share a bed with Bai Yan, I also got to snuggle with Xiaochen at night and hold him like a soft pillow. Do you know how soft and cute he was when sleeping? Boom! In her fit of rage, the demon princess threw a punch directly at her friend who's clearly gloating. However, the demon girl also knew her powers were more than anyone could take since it's been recovered. Therefore, she made sure to miss by hitting the palace wall in the rear instead and smashing it apart. I don't care. When sister-in-law comes back, I also want to sleep with her. I'm going to snuggle with Xiaochen for at least a month before I stop. This time it was Lan Xiaoyan who spoke up, but aren't you afraid of your older brother? Chu Yi's older brother isn't scary, that's why she got away with it. If your brother the Demon King finds out, I'm sure he will rope you up and beat you. This time Di Xiaowan really wanted to cry tears of foul play. These friends, why do they always have to remind me of my mean brother? But Chu Yi got to sleep with my sister-in-law. The more she thought, the more unbalanced her heart became, which nearly pushed this demon princess over the edge in insanity. Acting like she's oblivious to her friend's annoyance, Chu Yi continues to gloat by adding salt to the wound. Bai Yan's body is so soft and smooth, oh how I miss it. Do you know how white her skin is? I couldn't even begin to describe how nice. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, you know, Chu Yi. Di Xiaowan grinds her teeth in frustration, unable to do a thing aside from that death glare. Contract Black Turtle, 6, suddenly, she grinned and got a sinister smile on that face. I will tell my big bro about what you said. This time it was Chu Yi's turn to look stiff. Emerging from the girl's mind was that grimly cold expression of a man, sneering and bring chill down her spine. I'm just kidding, please don't tell your brother this. I'm a little scared of him. Such a strong and possessive man, if he finds out she had shared a bed with Bai Yan, then he would never let her get close again. Seeing she's won this quibble, Di Xiaowan proudly cocks her chin high to gloat. Let's see you gloat before me again. I can't fight with you anymore, but when it comes to verbal exchanges, you're not my opponent. Pumping those cheeks up in frustration, Chu Yi suddenly got this sensation that she's been disgraced by this sweet Dumbaklutz. However, she's not glum enough to start throwing a tantrum. Regardless of what's going on or into the future, it doesn't change the fact that she got to sleep with Bai Yan and use Xiaochen as a snuggle pillow. That fact alone was enough to continue her superiority over the demon princess. Di Xiaowan naturally got what her friend was thinking since she's not getting the sort of expected reaction. But then right before more words could be exchanged, a handsome and elegant face suddenly came into the girl's view. Happily calling him out, "State teacher." Without surprise or hesitation, the man met the call by slowly walking over, never once shifting his gaze away from the one woman whom he has an eye for. Lan Xiaoyun and Chu Yi also noticed the newcomer then. Who wouldn't when their sweet Dumbaklutz was acting so happy and excited? In that instant when they saw him, both girls were absolutely blown away. Elegant, pristine, untouchable, these were merely the sort of words that came to mind against the man's aura. Coupled with the undisguised level of doting state teacher was making towards their friend, both of them were suddenly burning with the flare of being nosy brats waiting for the gossip to fly. Lon Xiaoyun elbows her friend and coughed a laugh. Isn't this the same state teacher Xiao Wan always talk about? From what I can see by having them stand together, they're a perfect match. Back over in the human world, the demon princess would constantly blab her mouth away about her precious state teacher and of how nice he was to herself. They would be blind to not pick up the sort of passion within those words. Pity Di Xiao Wan herself was such a sweet dumbaklutz, otherwise she too would realize her own emotions. Chu Yi didn't reply right away, instead caressed her chin while inspecting the elegant man. I've always been very good at discerning a person. Just look at the guy's interest in our Xiao Wan. She is not going to get away from him, she's his for sure. The whispering conversation between the two didn't rouse much of a stir, rather it only made the man in question happier at the appraisal. These two are your friends? State teacher asks with his iconic gentle voice. Yes, nodded the demon princess, they are my friends from the human world. One is my sister-in-law's cousin, and the other is the dummy who's trying to steal my sister-in-law. Chu Yi's face instantly turned black like the bottom of a roast pan. What does she mean by the dummy who's trying to steal her sister-in-law? It's clearly her who stole Bai Yan away from me. I knew Bai Yan first, I'm first. You have always had few true friends, aside from Huang Xiaoying, these two are the only ones. Don't assume Di Xiao Wan dislikes the tigress due to the sort of words she used in their conversation, they are in fact actual friends, the very few friends the demon princess actually had in this world. As for why there are so little, it's because most are either getting close in order to use the princess or get close to Di Tsang using this channel. They aren't to be trusted. With a big smile, the girl wanted to speak again to introduce her friends to this one man whom she trusted. However, the wonderful mood was promptly foiled on by the frail and weak-looking female coming over from the entrance. Contract Black Turtle, 7, Your Highness. This bowing individual with that outstanding bodily features would be none other than the small fox brought back the other day, her name Qiu. State teacher, Di Xiao Wan ignored the stunning model of a female and turned to the man who has come as well. Has she been following you around? Over the years, state teacher has never been with another female, much less bring them around wherever he went. There's no way the princess wouldn't have strange ideas about the situation in this case. Naturally able to pick up on his crush's unhappy mood, the man soothes her by caressing that small head with his spoiling gesture. Didn't you say you will trust me? Nodding after a brief startle due to the intimate contact, I did, yes. I should believe in state teacher, there's no way he would treat others differently. It's just that. As soon as that idea came to mind, her heart flared with heat due to how shocked she was inside. It can't be. I also have state teacher in my heart. Otherwise, why else would I care if he has someone by his side? I only accepted him because I wanted a cute little baby. Go ahead and take your friends for a good stroll. I got a surprise for you later once you get back. Gentle in his smile, the man suggests after seeing the others standing around doing nothing. Okay, Di Xiao Wan giggles in her smiling face, glistening with hope for the supposed surprise. Then I'll wait for it. Xiaoyun, let's go, I'll show you around my home. After saying this, the princess pulled both her friends along and left, leaving only the tigress cluelessly standing around in the background. Huang Xiaoying understood she's been forgotten of course, but, instead of being depressed at being left behind, she's more intrigued by the sparks flying between the princess and state teacher just now. Oh, I need to get this information back to Pa and grandmother. This is huge news. Without delay, the tigress promptly abandoned the thought of being discarded and ran for the palace exit, which left the man and fox lady in the background staring at her back. Qiu, the princess was kind enough to take you in, if you dare make her unhappy. State teacher coldly glances over to the model lady behind himself after a momentary delay. I will be the first to knot you off the hook. If not for the fact that he has something to do on the outside and didn't trust this unidentified woman to be alone, state teacher would otherwise never allow her to be near himself. The risk of something off happening remains way too high for his liking. Issue was, he couldn't let his woes be known to the princess just yet. Lord State Teacher, I didn't. Chiou-Yu's eyes flashed with panic, kneeling there to show her sincerity. I don't care if you mean it or not, as long as you cause Xiao-Wan to be unhappy then it's your fault. The man snaps and cut her off. From this point forward you are not allowed to appear anywhere near the princess. If you do, the punishment will be severe. He would rather kill 1,000 than to allow one single mistake to bypass his guard. No risk shall ever get past his sight. As you command, my lord. Leave then, he waves his hand and dismisses her with cold indifference. Contract Black Turtle, 8th State Teacher. Before anyone knew it, Fourth Elder had somehow arrived from the back and come before the man. Smiling in his face, I can tell the princess is not indifferent to you. There's actually a solution we can use to have Her Highness stay away from this unknown woman. Turning to the elder, what's the solution? If you be nicer to this Chiou-Yu then the princess will dislike her some more. This white fox is too mysterious, it's far better to expel her as soon as possible. Fourth Elder had furrowed up his brow by then due to remembering some of the past incidents. Not speaking for a moment, State Teacher was obviously contemplating the idea. I will find out her identity first. If I know she's coming with bad intentions then she won't get away with taking advantage of Xiao-Wan's kindness. That only made Fourth Elder grow more anxious. Isn't that too much troublesome? We clearly have a faster way to get rid of this Chiou-Yu. No, you are mistaken, Fourth Elder. If something is wrong with her background, I don't intend to let her go at all. I will kill her. Losing the usual gentle kindness in his eyes, this man who's been watching over the palace started to reveal the dangerous side that's within him. What's more, the solution you proposed will hurt Xiao-Wan. I won't do that, even if it's meant to protect her. He's trying to marry the girl, not drive her into a jealous rage. No man would do something so silly. What if she gets payback on him somewhere down the line after their marriage, or worse, she runs off and finds another man? Fourth Elder's expression grew slightly calmer after getting more detail. If that's your decision, I won't say more. I will send some of the cleverer maids to Her Highness's side for protection. You and His Majesty have protected the princess far too well over the years, that's why she's so pure-hearted inside and allowed so many to target her. Don't assume Ditsang doesn't care about his younger sister, the Demon King does care. It's just that in comparison to a wife and son, the sister naturally has to step aside. Above the noisy streets of the Demon Realm's capital, Chiou-Yi was currently holding a box of pastries in her hand when speaking to the girls next to herself. Xiao-Wan, do you have feelings for that State Teacher? Subconsciously vetoing the idea. No way, I and State Teacher are too familiar with each other. How could I take him as a lover? I regard him as a brother, there's nothing between us, is that so? But aren't you going to marry the guy? Marry? Oh that. I want to have children, and he will help me make lots and lots of lovely children, that's why I'm marrying him. Di Xiao-Wan once again brought up the image of the Steambun's adorable face and how lovely and cute the little guy was. If my children can be as cute as Xiaochen then I can die happy. At this point both Chiou-Yi and Lan Xiaoyun were flabbergasted and popping their eyes out. Don't like the guy but still marry him. Then what's the deal with that jealousness? Does she think we're stupid or something? Xiao-Wan, you need to cherish the guy if you have even the tiniest speck of feelings for him. Lan Xiaoyun bites her lip, otherwise you will regret your words somewhere down the line.